Welcome to another YouTube video. I gotta say, this was a good idea in my head, and it is even better in practice. I just gotta put my hammer back so I know where to find it, you know? Shibari hammer. Can I make that joke? I feel like that'll get me demonetized. Welcome to my office. How's it going, everybody? It's me again. Things have deteriorated. This is gonna be one of those videos, guys. I'm saying it right now. I don't do this lightly. You guys know that there is nothing on earth that I love more than half-baked conspiracy theories. In my 4 years on TikTok, YouTube, and Instagram, I have covered countless terrible conspiracy theories. From ones that make you go, to ones that make you go, what?
Proof that giants are real.
This is a fake fucking sun.
Lizard people are real.
And in doing this, as you know, you won't be too...
What's going on, everyone? Hold on, I gotta reset this chat thing so I can see it. Shout out to Aloha. Who else we got on here? Hold on a sec. Hold on a sec. Boom, bang, bang. Okay, there we go. Let me just let everyone know that we are live. Sec. Yo, Aloha, what's going on, man? I got something for you on this one, by the way. Joel says, LOL, you're famous now. Dude, I mean, they say all publicity is good. We're going to cover, so I've probably watched about 20 minutes of this. The first 20 minutes. I haven't watched past that. I forgot when it was actually coming out. Someone sent me a bunch of, or a bunch of people rather sent me the video or screenshots and stuff. Anyway, so I've watched about 20 minutes of it, so we're going to watch it in real time, a real reaction. Shout out to Gay Frog, by the way. What's going on, man? One sec. Come on, you bugger. Well, Joel, I have a dichotomy here for what's going on. I really do. That you guys might find potentially insightful, at the very least, very interesting. Okay, why is it not letting me paste this? Come on, man. Papers. Shout out to Thrax, man. Okay. Something's going on here. Won't let me paste. I've never had this issue ever. Live on Rumble now. There we go. Okay. Well, Joel, from what I saw, she should be, I'm sure, yeah, she's going to be tuning in for sure. Okay, let me just announce that we are live. There we go. Okay. Well, Joel, I'm not going to go that far, and I think that my take will actually surprise many of you based on what I've heard in the first 15 or 20 minutes or so. Aloha, shout out to Aloha, man. So, hold on a sec. Okay. We told basically everyone we're live. Let's just get into it. Shout out to Dark Fox, man. So basically, I didn't really know. I never heard of this guy, but in the last couple weeks, or sorry, in the last like 6-7 days, I've been getting comments on YouTube saying like some guy's coming for me or something. And I thought, okay. And then I realized it's because he put this video as like premiering like 5 days ago. So that's why all these comments have been coming up on my YouTube channel. Anyway, so he finally made a video Instagram Reels conspiracy theorist Shaynevibes Truth debunked. Let's just have at it. Let's listen to what's being said. And again, he has 3 million subscribers. I have 5,000 on YouTube. But I know my main thing is this is not victimized. I'm not, oh, poor me. Like, let's listen to what he says. Again, I got 15, 20 minutes into it. From what I heard, he is of sound mind in many ways, and we actually do have a lot in common. You guys may actually come out being at least a semi-fan of him. And this video of us discussing, you'll get the vibe. This is in no way, don't go commenting. You do not need to go defend me in the comments on this video. You do not need to comment anything on any of his stuff. It's let's just watch it organically and let's just get into this, all right? So let's hear what we got.
Too surprised, I have met a lot of characters. You see, the people that tend to make these conspiracy videos are oftentimes even more interesting than the conspiracy theories themselves.
Got fucking Theta Chi here talking about ancient fucking lasers.
I don't want to know anything about Charles Hapgood's pole or why it shifts.
Now, I'm not saying that being a comic book artist disqualifies you from having any scientific discussion, but I am saying that it may explain why he seems to be completely out of touch with reality. Now, most of the time, I don't get too invested into the characters that I come across when I do these videos. Typically, when I do my short form, I try and just do it one and done. I never include the names of the people that I'm talking about because in my short form, I'm a little bit more of an asshole.
Is this dude, who I'm pretty sure I played beer pong against once in the basement of Teak.
Whose mom is this?
You don't believe in dinosaurs.
Bro, that is too funny about... Hold
But you believe...
Whatever, man. You played beer pong against a guy who looked like that? My friend looked like that. And there's not many of those left either in regards to, let's just keep watching.
Beer pong against once in the basement of Teak.
Whose mom is this?
You don't believe in dinosaurs, but you believe in dragons. This video is just a painful reminder that England exists. I have a sneaking suspicion these might not be the first white lines you've seen today. Can we do like a citizen's lithium prescription?
But every once in a while, I begin to recognize that there's repeat offenders. And so when you guys tag me in videos that you want me to cover, oftentimes it's not even, oh my...
John Truth. Was that, hold on, who did we just see? Oh, the blonde guy? The blonde guy, his name's John Truth?
More of an asshole.
Is this dude,
How do you know John Truth, Butterdog?
who I'm pretty sure might not be the first white lines you've seen today. Can we do like a citizen's lithium prescription?
But every once in a while, I begin to recognize that there's repeat offenders. And so when you guys tag me in videos that you want me to cover, oftentimes it's not even, oh my god, they're talking about this. It's a, oh my god, it's this guy again. And when you're exposed to...
Dude, that is too funny because I have seen many times comments about people tagging a mini Minuteman I've never seen before in my comments on Instagram. So I didn't know. I mean, you know, we gotta recognize that the ecosystem here, by judging by the looks of it, without people like me having alternative opinions, I don't know that he would have too much content to go out there and debunk from. Dude, I've not heard of John Truth, man. I did not know. That sounds dope. Well, what's he up to now? Let's see if I'll follow him right now, dude, if he's cool. Yeah, great username. No, not this guy. Sec. John Truth. Is this a fake son? Oh man. This guy would definitely want to go over John Truth's videos more. Seems like he already did. Yo, Aloha. You know what, Aloha? I appreciate all your sentiments that are the knee-jerk reaction of like, screw this guy kind of thing. But with your full consciousness, let's just hear what he's saying and I think you'll come to find that you'll just send love his way, man. It's not necessarily a roast. This is not going to be a roast fest of this guy. I've seen 20 minutes of it. I don't know what he says in the next hour and whatever of it, but it might not be as bad as you think based on what I saw in the first 20 minutes. Now, keep in mind too, for this live, anyone who's new, comment now and I'll hype you up on welcoming to Rumble.
To guys like this over and over and over again, it's almost starts to become like Stockholm syndrome. You start to get like a little soft spot for them. Not a soft spot in your heart, like a soft spot in the top of your skull. I become fascinated by them. I study them like they're some kind of, you know, like they're in a primate sanctuary. And little by little, I slowly accidentally become like an armchair expert in some random conspiracy theory.
Aloha, did you already watch the whole thing?
Theorist on the internet. That, of course, leads me to do the only logical thing a person should do when you know an absolute shit ton about a really specific topic that nobody else gives a shit about. And that is, make a really long multi-part YouTube video about it. Because deep in my heart of hearts, I know that you good people out there need something to play in the background while you do your dishes or fold your laundry or play video games. Yeah, I can see you. I can see you. Directly through the screen. You see this wall behind me? That's your wall. That's the other side of your wall. I am on the other side of your wall right now. Now, it's been a little while since I've done one of these case studies. Last year, as many of you will remember, I discussed Philip Ziba. He's a TikTok personality that talks about a lot of pseudoarchaeology and pseudoscience along.
Just putting this out there, remember, it was literally considered fluoride or GMOs being bad for you was pseudo. We have to remember that. We have to remember that. So that's just labeling things that are contrary to the official narrative as pseudo is a bit of a blanket term you want to watch out for, or rather a dismissive term that you want to watch out for.
Alongside some actual scientific videos. Most of you have probably already seen that series. It did pretty well. So needless to say, people seem to really enjoy them. And the worst part is I really enjoyed it as well. You see, after doing that first video, I got a taste for it. I've been here cooped up in this green room, slowly absorbing like arsenic from the walls, and it's been driving me insane. And then, sure enough, it happened. A few months ago, a new subject found his way to me. He manifested to me through the ether like the Green Goblin.
Oh, dude, you know what? This is actually awesome, man. This is actually like, thank you, whatever his real name is. Thank you, man. Because I can tell you that the Philip guy he did a video on, since he did the video on him, he got something like, he's gotten like 1 million more followers. Did I even get any, since this has aired, on my latest post, I don't even see a single comment saying like, that you're an idiot or anything like that. So it doesn't appear that anyone even came over here and said that I'm like an idiot or something, you know? But it might come because it's only got 100,000 views. And the last video he did on a conspiracy theorist got like 6 million views. So we might be in for a wild ride, man. Let's see.
Mask. And so, folks, it's finally time for another one. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to introduce you to a brand new character in the Milo Cinematic Universe, the MCU. We're totally gonna get sued for that. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Milo Rossi, and today it is my great pleasure to welcome you to part 1 of Shaynevibes Debunked. Back in March, this video came up on my Instagram Reels.
Did you know that most of the bones at museums of dinosaurs are made of plaster, and it's actually a replica of what they found in the wild? Now, there's a new term called dinosaur deniers. Apparently, a lot of people are denying their very...
One thing I'll say is that it says here, this video can get pretty boring, so here's some stuff to keep your attention. Milo's editors, this video got like, I think 3 or 4 million views. It was one of my more entertaining videos, I would say. So if you let the full thing play, something about it, whether it's people's view time or engagement with it or whatever, may not have been too boring. But again, if your mind is made up about official archaeology, this, that, and the other, then I could see why you think it's boring. But anyway, let's keep listening.
Existence, but how could you when you can see it so clearly right there? Of course they existed, right? Well, it's true that before the 1800s, no one called them dinosaurs. They were considered to be dragons, and they were also considered to be much, much more recent in history, alive, walking around. Keep in mind, China's calendar, they have 11 common living animals.
Bro thinks he's living in Game of Thrones, and they put these two like hyper vigilant, like this is what those zoomers do. They'll take a viral video and then they'll split the screen with some like Minecraft shit to get people to watch it longer and to get their eye. It's a dopamine kind of goldfish brain. But anyway, they're trolling. Anyway, it's funny. But let's keep watching.
Animals: ox, goat, chicken, fish, snake, and then there's a dragon on there. So all these bones were considered to be dragon bones until this guy came up with the term dinosaur.
That's actually a funny meme. It says, dragon deniers be like, I guess the Chinese just decided to do a silly one. It's true, though. It is true. Here's the Chinese calendar. Rat, cow, what is that? A lion, rabbit, snake, pig, dog, chicken, monkey, goat, horse, and then a dragon. It is true. What the Sam Dam's going on? Let's listen. Why would they do that? I mean, come on.
And now they tell us that they're hundreds of millions of years old. But how do they tell you, like, how do they know they're hundreds of millions of years old? Well, this is where the science gets a little bit shaky. One way is they use absolute dating. They use radioactive decay of elements, and then they tell you how old it is based on that. They did radiometric reads on the lava that came out of Mount St. Helens in 1980s. It came back between 350,000 to 2.8 million years old.
He says, not trying to take him out of context. And from what I watched the first 20 minutes, he doesn't really take me out of context. Like, this is actually seemingly well put together. But he says, not trying to take him out of context, just helping him get to the point quicker since he tends to ramble. If you guys have been on my lives before, you also know that we do jump from some. Yes, that is a fair take, man. Let's listen. Hold on.
Which called into question the reliability about this method. The other method is to use index fossils, fossils that occur at certain depths, which indicate a certain amount of years ago. So they're using the rocks to tell you how old the fossils are, and they're using the fossils to tell you how old the rocks are. It's called circular reasoning. There's a lot to be asked.
Now, as you can imagine, due to the soft spot in the top of my skull that I developed from watching too many conspiracy videos, I was immediately intrigued by this. And so, of course, I had to go check out his account. The account that had posted this was called Shaynevibes_Truth, and the little Instagram name title of Connecting Consciousness. We were off to a strong start here. What if, instead of fixing that side, we mess up this side? There we go. I don't know why I'm trying to make this look symmetrical. It's a plastic tarp hanging from the ceiling. It can only look so good. Now, the name Shaynevibes Truth immediately struck me.
Let's hear what he has to say. This is getting good.
Because I think it's actually the perfect name for an account that does this. Because it's not
What did he have? What did he have there? My pyramid? Hold on.
side. So good. Now, the name Shaynevibes Truth immediately struck me because I think it's actually the perfect name for an account that does this.
That was when my pyramid looked really crinkly, the tin foil on it. I put a new layer on, so it looks shiny now, but that actually looks hilarious. I should crumple it up like that. It's like when you take an old piece of paper and you like crumple it up, you burn the edges, and you like pour coffee on it to make it look ancient. Let's see, hold on. That actually looks badass. That look cool there, man.
Yes, because it's not truth. It's like the vibes of truth. It's like truth in the sense that it's like a personal truth. Like you just pick a thing and you're like, yeah, I'm gonna believe that. And then, you know, you just filter out all the information that tries to prove you wrong. Now, the other thing I picked up from the name of this...
Dude, he's not even wrong. I mean, when I find something out that's crazy, and I think we all do this, and it's good, I guess, to not. But I do think, you know, but what I'm saying is that when you find something out and you believe it, you do tend to like form your thoughts to point towards that being a reality. That's absolutely true. But both of us do this, me and him. And I think we get into it in the first 20 minutes of this video, but everyone does it. It's important to remain objective. By the way, babies can see angels because of that soft spot in their skull. And if that gets clipped, we'll see what happens.
Account was that his name is Shayne, presumably. I don't know why you would name an account Shayne anything if your name isn't Shayne. I don't know why. I
will say it also is it feels super weird to see like a big channel, you know, say my name a bunch, and especially someone I never talked to. I will tell you, as a normal person, it is funny hearing your name, or just feels funny anyway, hearing your name be discussed on this big, you know, channel, and already, you know, how many people, a bunch of people are listening to it. It is a funny feeling, I will say.
Why anyone would voluntarily want to be named Shayne. Sorry about that, Shayne. I don't mean to. I'm not talking about this Shayne. Any other Shaynes watching? Shayne, you not only chose to be named. Well, I don't know if you chose to be named Shayne. What's happening? Where am I? No, Shayne is a versatile conspiracy theorist. By versatile, I mean that Shayne will cover pretty much anything, like to an astonishing.
Oh God, let's see what we got. We got the giant steps here. We got, oh, that was a cool one. I love that video about your hands emitting light. We got a Kent Hovind video here. We got China's spy dragonflies there. We got Andrew Tate. This guy's super cool, man. I love this guy. We got Coca-Cola. They're coming after cows. That was another crazy one, man. What else we got? SpongeBob, yeah. Oh, this guy. Fuck. Who remembers this guy? Do you see my mouse? If you zoom in real close, remember him again? Oh, the guy who made that show. Not Saturday Night Live. With the kids, remember the guy in the classroom with kids, and he goes, well, no, kids, 9/11 was actually blah, 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 blah. Do you remember that one? He was a producer, and it was a successful show. Anyway, he fell off his balcony. Many people wonder if something happened there because the show had so much truth on it. But anyway, let's keep watching. Shout out to Truth Seeker, or Truth Zeeker, rather. Shout out to Truth Zeeker. And shout out to, I saw another new name on here, by the way. Welcome, everyone who's new. I wanted to mention before we continue to get into the nitty-gritty of this 2-hour video about me, which is going to be more content about me than you've ever seen on a live stream, because if you notice, my streams aren't about me. They're about information. Anyway, we're going to hear a lot about it. But I wanted to mention, specifically for this live, we're giving away free chalk to help people detox, to decalcify your pineal gland, to boost your brain function, your fertility. We're giving away a single tub of the Chad Mode, which is the natural pre-workout energy drink from chalk that has 150 milligrams of organic caffeine per scoop, and organic blue spirulina, which is super detoxifying. That's the blue energy drink you see all the time. And we're also giving away 2 bottles of the Chalk 7 Wonders, which is the adaptogenic mushroom blend from chalk, which has chaga, lion's mane, turkey tail, cordyceps, oyster, reishi, and maitake mushrooms in it, which are extremely good for neurological function and also excellent for memory, concentration, and focus. The 7 Wonders you're going to freaking love. 100% you will absolutely love it. If you were to take just one of those mushrooms consistently, you would notice a huge and profound difference in your mental clarity and your state. But you're getting all 7 of them for free on this live. So the way the deal works, it's first come, first serve. Shout out to Aloha. So what we're going to do is the next 2 people who go to chalk.com, if you put a single supplement in your cart, like the Shilajit, the Tomcat, the Irish Moss, the Chalk Armor, which we don't talk about enough, it's a freaking superfood, and you put that in your cart and you apply the coupon code 26life, it drops the price to less than $1 a day, and you're going to get a free 7 Wonders in your order. But if you're one of the first people to get a male or female vitality stack, you're going to get a free Chad Mode included in your order. Make sure you use that code 26life to get the discount. And then you will get the free Chad if you're the first person to get a stack. Dude, that's hilarious. So hold on, Aloha, you have watched a bunch of it, eh? You have watched a bunch of it. That's hilarious, man. Well, dude, I'm sure Captain Walt people think that I also have a hard time being taken seriously with my pyramid hat, man. I think so, man. But I hear you, man. I mean, what? Well, he's got a funny hat. Let's listen. Here's the freezer bag. This is a fucking. That's a great video, man. That one went viral too. Ziploc bags are getting sued because they microplastic the shit out of your food, even if you just freeze it. Hold on a sec. Okay, let's listen.
Astonishing degree. His favorite category seems to be in the health side of things. Oh, what do you mean by health, Milo? Do you mean like, encouraging people to like get a, a healthier diet and to, work out more and exercise?
Dude, Black Legion, welcome to Rumble, first thing I'll say. I'll tell you this, dude. If you watch this whole thing, which, it will be a wild ride, I can tell you that when you're on Instagram for 10 years, 7 years ago, I was getting roasted in my comments for talking about genetically modified food and fluoride. In the last 6 months, we're hearing a lot more about fluoride and genetically modified food. And fluoride has now been proven to be extremely unfortunate, and the science was not settled. The science was corrupted. I'm 100% used to and I accept and even welcome the roastings. Dude, you should have seen the video I posted about clams on the top of this mountain. I got more hate on that video than any video I've ever made. It does not, you cannot let it affect you, man. If you're on the internet, you need to have not even thick skin, just like your consciousness needs to be calibrated. Like, people will not agree with you. With that being said, 90 some odd percent of the interactions I have with millions of people on the internet, literally 9% are completely positive. It's a beautiful thing. Of course, some people will, there's a couple different, there's Agent Smiths who are like reinforcing the narrative because that's what they're told and it threatens their worldview to hear something else. There's also people who are, had some experience that makes them, no, fluoride is really, really good, man. You're an idiot if you think otherwise. You just got to roll with it, man. I don't see this as, I think this is actually literally a gift. This video, I know Aloha is like, oh, this guy's an idiot, blah, 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 blah. I think that this is a gift, and I'm not even saying that like tongue-in-cheekly, like, like, this is good, man. Like, oh, fuck. I think of this as completely good, so let's keep listening.
And, like, take care of themselves. No. I mean, like, chemtrails and fluoride and, they put aborted baby fetuses in the COVID vaccine. Along with this,
I don't even think I need to debunk that debunk. I know he was just like half trolling there, but what is it called again? HEK 293? Is that not derived from? Isn't that derived from aborted fetal kidney cells? I hope he doesn't get in trouble for saying that, because if anyone goes and hopefully at YouTube, because when you have that many followers, you can't really come out there and say something like that. But he's saying it as a joke. But if anyone fact checks that and goes, whoa, HEK 293 is in the COVID facts, that could be a little bit of a, he's got to be careful there, man. Well, exactly. Black Legion, exactly, man. Not only that, I mean, I don't know about, I mean, the last thing I say about fluoride is that it kills you. That's a little bit, it definitely isn't good for your lifespan or your brain function. That's for sure. But let's keep listening.
Shayne is also very into the Hollywood dark elite side of things, which, as I'm sure many of you can already predict, carries with it some baggage that we will unfortunately be talking about in this video. And then, of course, there's my favorite, pseudo-archaeology and young Earth creationism. In short, Shayne perfectly exemplifies
the young Earth creation thing. I knew when I started posting that. Rob, this video dropped 3 hours ago, dude. 3 or 4 hours ago, yeah. I literally, when I dropped the young Earth videos, I knew. And some people accuse me of like rage baiting. When I make some content, even someone accused me of rage baiting the other day because I misspoke and I called Lady Gaga Katy Perry. And there's a guy I know on TikTok who will say things like he's got like food videos, and instead of saying he's like he's eating prosciutto, and he calls it prosciutto, and like half the comments are like, "Whoa, what the fuck did he say? What did he just call prosciutto?" And Captain Walt, he has 3 million, 2.7 million YouTube subscribers, man, and the video's already got what 130,000 views. Yeah, well, let's keep watching. All right, let's see what we got.
How if somebody believes in one conspiracy theory, chances are they believe in a lot of conspiracy theories. Along with being versatile, Shayne is also prolific. Prolific might be a little bit too much of have a positive connotation to it. Another appropriate term that may apply more here could be like, you know, throw shit at the wall and see what sticks kind of thing. Shayne posts every single day, multiple times a day. I think I found one day where he posted 5 times in a
Dude, he updated his video because I increased the output. So in the corner, it's showing actually that was 29 videos he posted in one day. And I know that this is in such like contravention to people who what's it called, like sit and make like he drops a video once a month on YouTube, right? There's different types of folks who post different things. I can take posts and go, damn, I want to give my 2 cents on this and get it out there. HEK 293 is an immortalized cell replica. Yeah, that's right. That's right, Black Legion. That's the fact check. The fact check is that there's not actually aborted fetal cells in there's not aborted fetal cells in the thing, but it's cells that are replicated from a culture from aborted fetal cells, yes, which is still fucked up. But if someone tries to say like, well, no, like it's not quite, it's like, okay, well, it's from that. It's still whack. I'm sure there's some big long scientific explanation of why they use something derived from aborted fetal cells to add it as an ingredient in the vax. But anyway, we'll get to that.
Single day. At the time of me making this video, he has like 720 posts on his Instagram page. That's really impressive. So how, you may ask, does he manage to do 3 to 5 videos every single day? Well, it's because he's not really doing a lot of the videos. There's a lot of videos that are, you know, kind of like this, where he just, you know, appears for a second and says like, what do you think about that? And then it's just another guy telling you a conspiracy theory, and then he pops back in at the end. Now, this is a little frustrating to me because, you know, I got that soft spot in my brain. That soft spot was forged by good, hard-working conspiracy theorists. Again, even our boy, Philip Zeba. This guy puts his whole... I'm not gonna do that one. This guy puts his back into his videos. This guy throws it back in his videos. He posts maybe a couple times a week, and his videos are more dense than a dying star. Shayne, on the other hand, seems to have the complete opposite problem. He seems to be pretty unabashedly a more quantity over quality kind of guy. Obviously, in doing what I do, I am very familiar with conspiracy slop accounts. They are
So you know what's funny is that I used to post like less and spend like a whole lot more time on a few videos. But what I found is with the pretty inconsistent, like you don't always know what's going to go viral or not. It's better to get more information out per day. That's how I see it anyway. I'm getting more information out per day rather than spending more time on less posts, because some might not hit the algorithm, and then it's like, did I even get to share critical info with many people that day? You know what I mean? He could have spent all this time and energy talking about, I don't know, fluoride chemtrail. well, paper doll, we'll see. He actually, there's something he says, I think, in the next 10 minutes or so that is interesting. Walking Skin said the uneducated leading the uneducated. Well, this is no one needs to go defend me. We're watching this as adults here. Let's just hear what he's saying. I don't need anyone going and saying like, screw you, man. Like, let's see, do we have anyone defending me in the comments? Probably not. What do we got? This guy's so smug and annoying. What hyperfixated 10-year-old could dismantle his argument? Okay, let's keep watching. Hold on. I see Walking Skin. I hear what you're saying, man. Walking Skin is now following me on YouTube from Weatherman's video. Walking Skin, again, you're saying fake bullshit. I mean, in the 60s, if you said DDT and thalidomide were toxic, you'd be considered a complete fool. I mean, if you think the science is settled, I got news for you, man. We'll put it that way.
Dime a dozen, really. And typically, I would never dedicate this much time to what is essentially a conspiracy slop account. But Shayne is a unique case for two reasons. One, if you sift through the slop long enough, every once in a while, you will come across like a 3-ounce gold nugget. And it makes all the slop sifting just absolutely worth it. And the second reason is because Shayne is very different from the previous person that we've covered here. And with that, and the way that he runs his channel, I also think there is a whole host of other lessons to learn from the way that he conducts himself. If I covered someone that was exactly the same as Philip, it would pretty much just be the same exact messages. But I think Shayne is the perfect opportunity.
By the way, Philip is a guy on TikTok. He did one of these debunking videos on. And anyway, maybe we'll watch those later, but he had like ancient archaeological stuff, which reminds me, by the way, the freaking whole pseudo archaeology. You gotta know, man. You gotta know about the Smithsonian and what the Smithsonian has done with all these findings over the decades. And it is not proper, man. A really due diligent person digging into the Smithsonian will find inconsistencies and shocking things that they've been up to. I don't need to tell you guys that. I'm just thinking in my head, like, you know, because this guy is definitely, he's not a, he has intelligence, surely. And I don't know what it may take, something to reframe and open one's mind to what could be going on. But he has something in common with all of us in a moment here. You're going to hear it. I think you guys will be, I don't know, Black Legion. I never watched the Phil ones. From what I saw from clips from it is that basically like the idea was that he knew what he was saying was kind of bullshit, but he did it anyway, which again, I don't know warrants a whole full-blown video on. But you know, that could be whack, whatever. Let's keep listening. Elder Worm said, Philip did not watch the videos Milo made about him. Dude, I'm sure there's no way he didn't, man. There's no way that he didn't watch the videos Milo made about it. He must have, man. If you're Phil and you got, what, 20,000 YouTube followers, you're going to watch a 2-hour video that a guy with 2 million followers made on you, you know? Shout out to Elderworm, who said, you're already doing better simply by watching these, which is refreshing. Elderworm, you know what? I think a lot of people are going to go to my content today from this video and in the coming weeks and months, however many views this gets. They're going to look at my stuff. And this is why, dude, I have no negative vibration to watching this and thinking like, fuck you, man. Like, I don't think that at all. Right now, more people are going to my Instagram and YouTube. And looking at my stuff. What does he have to say? And someone's going to click my story and find out, oh, damn, there's a lot of microplastics in this fucking bottled water. You know, I see it as a totally net positive. And you know what? It's called agreeing to disagree. Like, I think what he goes into with the young Earth stuff, he doesn't believe that the Earth is, the age of the Earth could be even disputed. Maybe we'll have that disagreement. That's okay, because he has something in common with us, which I think you guys will appreciate 100%.
To talk about accounts like this, because he's a lot more interesting than most other accounts like this, and he's the perfect catalyst for us to take a deep dive to really understand how these accounts work and what the damage is that they can do. So to
damages, you know, I would understand that he would think it's damaging if he is fully invested in what the mainstream narrative is, which I know is a cringe. Like, I know to him and his audience, anyone who roasts the mainstream just for it being mainstream is cringe. Like, they don't like that. They think it's foolish. But we know too, again, just to kind of go over this, the mainstream has promoted just about every single thing that we're finding out years later might not have been the best thing to do. including, but not limited to, and we always go back to this, but it's one of the biggest freaking ones that that's happened in the last 70 years. The addition of a acidic chemical that melts the roads when it spills on it, but they say it's safe for you to drink. We're talking about fluoride, and it is getting exposed. And you know, when a regulatory body approves something and then 10 years, 15, 50, 60 years later goes, oh shoot, sorry, it might not have been actually that good for you, then you have to question the other things 100%, man. You got it, man. Philip made a response video and he clearly hadn't watched more than 20 minutes, and you could tell by his points. Elder Worm, I think I saw like 5 minutes of a Phil response video. Well, I don't know. I'd never even seen Phil's stuff until I saw that was another debunking one he did. So anyway, let's see what he's saying.
To warm us up as we begin to get into this video, I want to familiarize all of you with Shayne's content. And I think the best way to do that is to start us off with one video in particular that myself, as the regional Shayne expert, have dubbed the Shayne holotype specimen. Oh, I forgot about this. I noticed it as I was walking over. But the frame's a little bit more zoomed in now, isn't it? We interrupt this program for something very important. And that is, wow, look at that, it's still sealed. Because we are officially introducing the first Miniminuteman sticker pack. Well, it's not officially like right now, like we've shown this in other videos, but it's out still now. It's still out now. Y'all have been asking for stickers for a long while, and so here are some of them. Not only do we now have this bad boy, but we also got the schmink sticker as well. Since I can't give you a real schmink, you're gonna have to deal with this one. And check this bad boy out. Y'all ain't ready for this.
Guys, if you want to get some stickers, a few shirts, a fucking hoodie, right there, dude. Rob says, of course, the eye. I don't think that there's some grand conspiracy behind this, by the way. And also, you know, I don't think that there's, this is not like a coordinated, I would never say that. You know, I get comments and people always say that, whatchamacallit, when there's like an account posting or a person posting an alternative opinion to theirs and they go, oh, they must be a bot, like they're a paid agent. I actually think that there's a whole lot less paid, quote unquote, paid agents on Instagram and whatnot than many people think. Sticker packs, sippy cups. Oh God, paper doll. Black Legion said, wait, you're cool with the merch plugs for Milo? Dude, Black Legion, you think I'm going to turn on his plug and roast him for promoting his stickers? Like, dude, he's got a fucking family, man. He found a page of a guy that he thinks is an idiot, and he made a 2-hour video on it. Probably took him a month. You guys can go get his stickers if you want. That's a cool shirt. It says "Stay Curious." It's got a Baphomet on it. No, I'm just kidding. It's a deer. But no, man, there's no roastings at all. I just hope those stickers don't have PFASs on them, and that's organic cotton. Otherwise, it's sprayed with glyphosate.
Hoodie. I bet this is covering my my microphone now. But we got a brand new hoodie design. Hoodie and t-shirt design. I know it's hot right now, so I wouldn't blame you if we wanted a t-shirt. But we finally got this bad boy. Available in green, available in this color as well. And I think there's a black one too, or a gray one, or something. I don't know. So if you want to rep a little bit of Miniminuteman merch without having some ugly-ass YouTuber logo plastered across your chest, now you can. And of course, I greatly appreciate anyone who does decide.
Dude, he kind of reminds me of Jack Sparrow. Captain Jack Sparrow. No, not Jack Sparrow. William from Pirates. Yeah. Dude, he absolutely 100%. That's the first thing I see, is that he reminds me of Captain Jack Sparrow. William Turner, man. Sorry, not Captain. William Turner. Orlando Bloom. That is like this right here. Literally, he could be a stand-in. He might have a whole other career he doesn't even know, which is to be a stand-in for Orlando Bloom in fucking Pirates of the Caribbean. Tell me if I'm off base with that, but like that's what that. Maybe it's just the shirt. Like it kind of looks like the old. They do have rooms with thousands of phones. That's true. That's true, Rob. They do have rooms with thousands of phones posing as bots. 100%. By the way, apparently a bunch of people. So we're doing something extra special. I guess while he's doing his plug, I'll quickly do mine because I don't know how many we're even doing tonight. We're giving away a free tub of the Chad mode, which is the organic blue. Let me make this bigger so you guys can see what's going on. The baggy button down, Scott. That's all right, man. So we're giving away a free Chad mode, which is the organic blue spirulina natural energy drink from Chalk that has 150 milligrams of organic caffeine per scoop in it, plus organic blue spirulina, which, by the way, from what I heard, someone sent me a screenshot. Chad mode is mentioned in this video, by the way. Captain Walt. So William Turner, yeah, that's right. Anyway, we're giving away a free Chad mode, and we're giving away 2 bottles of the Chalk 7 Wonders, which is the adaptogenic mushroom blend from Chalk that has lion's mane, turkey tail, cordyceps, oyster reishi, and maitake mushrooms in it. Super decalcifying, super detoxing, massively increases neurological function and brain function. Plus, we also found that chaga is one of the most antioxidant-rich compounds in the natural world. So when we're talking about glyphosate and atrazine, heavy metals and pesticides and herbicides, which he actually is aware of, by the way. I know you guys want to jump the gun here and judge him. He is aware of a few things you'll be shocked to hear in a moment. But anyway, so we're giving away freebies. The way the deal works is it's first come, first serve. The first 2 people who go to chalk.com and you add a single supplement to your cart, like the Shilajit, the ashwagandha, the Irish moss, and you apply that coupon code 26life, not only do you get that lifetime 26% off discount, but if you're the first person to get a male or female vitality stack, you get the free $100 tub of Chad mode included in your order. First person to get a male or female stack gets a free Chad mode. And if you get a single supplement like the Shilajit, which, by the way, Black Legion, what's funny is we were talking about this earlier. Chalk is a pro-science company and organization. They have 10 clinical studies on the purified Shilajit alone for hormone optimization, for fertility, for brain function, for endocrine function, the whole 9 yards, man. If you are taking the purified Shilajit, you are absolutely being benefited massively. And the first 2 people who get a single supplement on this live with that code comes to less than $1 a day, and you get a free 7 Wonders. But if you get a male or female stack, you get the free Chad mode. Let's keep watching, man. Captain William Turner. Let's look.
To check some of this stuff out because it helps me keep doing what I do here. All of the artwork and merch on this channel is made by real, actual humans, not a single AI involved. And my wonderful partner, the artist behind...
See, that's fucking great. AI. So he may have an issue with AI as well. Or he knows that it's cheap. It's not. So yeah, that's good.
Behind all of this gets a portion of every sale, meaning that they actually get to directly profit off of their work. So make sure to go check it out. Link to that is in the description. Greatly appreciate it. Helps me keep doing what I do here. And now let's get right back into the video. Okay, anyway.
Wow, look what Captain Walt said. He said, I sent all the labels of the male stack and Chad mode to my doctor. She encouraged me to keep taking it. Holy shit, Captain Walt, your doctor, she's freaking, that's amazing, man. Shout out to Captain Walt. Hold on, what's this? Oh, here's a video of, no, this actually isn't AI. Wow. Anyway, I'll do that after. Okay, hold on. Here we go.
What was I talking about? Shayne's holotype specimen. What is a holotype specimen? Whoa, it's trying to get out because there's no lime in it. I haven't activated it. It's not safe to drink unless you put lime in it. A holotype is the word given to like the perfect example of a species. It's frequently used for extinct species, you know, the holotype specimen of a T-Rex or the holotype specimen of like a fucking starfish or something like that. Sorry, a sea star. I know. My environmental science teacher in high school drilled that into my fucking brain because they're not a fish. They're an echinoderm. Don't get it twisted. Don't fuck with me in my echinoderm. Echinoderm. or something. Yeah, I speak German. So a holotype is like the perfect example of a species. It's typically something that's very complete and something that you can use as a reference point to understand what the species was like. You know, for Homo sapiens, that holotype specimen, oddly, is Danny DeVito. I'm kidding. I wonder, is there a please tell me there's a holotype specimen for people. Oh my God. It just opened up my front-facing camera.
Yeah, maybe I should take it slow. My body's saying yes, my head is saying no, no, no.
Okay, there seems to not be a Homo sapien holotype specimen. So, man, you put that in your Hinge bio? Holy shit. Hey ladies, not only am I a guy, I am the guy. I am the guy after which all other guys are modeled. Okay, oh God, Jesus Christ. Back to it. So real quick, before we get
Okay, he's, you know, getting creative. Let's see what he's saying.
into Shayne's holotype video, I gotta start with an obligatory PSA. Funny Milo off for a quick second. This video is not an invitation to harass Shayne or his viewers. I am not asking that of you, I am telling that to you. You are not my attack dogs, and I am not sending you on a fucking crusade. In fact, I am
Well, as soon as I heard this, and this is about this is about the distance or the amount that I made it into the video, I had a new level of respect for him. And, you know, not to, and the reason I say this is because we've had instances before. There was a couple of guys on Instagram who didn't agree with what I was saying and made it like their fucking day job to try to fuck with me. This is, in some ways, some would consider it to be cringe, like this whole 2-hour video made about you as a, you know, as a person, as an influencer, whatever. But putting that in there, and he continues as well. It shows that there is some, you know, he's not absolutely unhinged. Aloha, chill, aloha, just chill. Again, let's just keep listening. Hey guys, you might want those stickers by the end of this video. I'll tell you that right now. Let's listen.
explicitly telling you not to go on a fucking crusade. I am immensely grateful to have an audience that, for the most part, upholds the high bar, and I expect of all of you to continue showing that level of respect to people that I talk about here, even if you disagree with them. Shayne is a real person. He likes things, presumably. He has friends and family and hobbies. He is, even if he thinks differently, pretty much exactly like you and I. The version of him that we see on the screen is a version of a real, actual, living person who deserves.
One thing I will say, so we have a follower who made its way here, and this is another reason why I'm happy that this video was made. I have no ill will at all to this guy or to this video. But we have a viewer of Miniminuteman here on Rumble, which is the guy called That Black Legion. And so this is, apart from, first thing, I don't get paid by views, by the way. So anyone, because that's what he was roasting. That's what I saw in the couple minutes I watched of the Phil's Pixels guy who got debunked, quote unquote, by Miniminuteman, which I didn't watch the whole thing, so that's why I said quote unquote. I don't know if he debunked him or what. But again, if you said fluoride was bad 5 years ago, you'd be debunked as well. But my point is that we have people now coming over to Instagram and to Rumble and to YouTube from this freaking video. And when guys like Black Legion, he's making a joke and he says, I'm going to destroy you with my chemtrails. Like he's trolling, trying to, you know, like bug you guys. But this is, to me, an amazing opportunity because Black Legion thinks that nothing is being sprayed. He thinks it's a joke that anything is going on in the upper atmosphere in regards to what? Cloud seeding, in regards to geoengineering. Black Legion, are you aware that there's over 500 weather modification patents? There's treaties. If you type in weather modification treaties, Canada and the US have a treaty, US and Mexico have a treaty, Cuba, name countries on their government websites. You can pull up, this is on canada.ca, the government of Canada's website. There is a treaty between Canada and the US in regards to weather modification. Why would they have a treaty? Why would they have 500 patents that they've been developing since the early 1900s if they didn't intend on using this technology? So we'll get to the bottom of this, but my point is that to me it's an opportunity. It's freaking awesome, and I don't think that Legion there should be roasted. I think that this is an opportunity because keep in mind too, even the millions of people probably who are going to see this video based on the fact that it already has 150,000 views is that they might come to my page, watch a video, and see my video on what they're trying to spray in Massachusetts. Maybe a couple 100,000 of the millions, well, not that many, but maybe several thousand, are from Massachusetts or Connecticut. And they see my video saying, hey, here's a video of your lakes being sprayed by with a toxic chemical. And so I see this as totally, this is good. I appreciate the guys in here wanting to, they fuck this dude and they're trying to back me and everything, but I don't see it that way. I see it as, let's hear what he's saying. And I think that the word is getting out regardless. And I think that this is a net positive. That's where I'm at with it anyway. Let's keep listening. Let's see if he says anything too crazy, man.
Deserves to be treated with respect. So please remember that no matter how much you or I or we may disagree or dislike the things he is saying, that is not an excuse for you to harass him. Now, believe me, there is a lot of things that we will be talking about here that are absolutely worth having a discussion about. And I'm not asking you to not have discussions about Shayne. What I am asking is for you to keep it respectful. You can and very well may take issue with some of the things that he says and the things that he does, and it is totally appropriate to talk about those things in a way that has nuance and you're trying to understand it and express, what the greater implication may be. It is not appropriate to just, hurl fucking playground insults at this guy.
Yeah, you're right, actually. Let's take a quick moment to show Black Legion just a couple pictures, and let's, it depends where someone's at. But let me pull up that specifically, which is, hold on a second. This right here. So this is from a website called Geoengineering Watch. Here's a YouTube video. Here is some satellite images of clouds near, and you'd think this is like AI or something, clouds near Australia that are square. And so if you think something strange is going on or you don't, you may wonder about these square clouds that are taken, but we'll continue. I just think that there is a lot of evidence and data and whatnot that many people are not paying attention to or aware of. And by the way, yeah, here's a square cloud in the middle of the ocean. When does that form naturally? When, we'll get into it. But this guy, Dane Whittington is his name, Wigington rather. He's made it his life goal, just so you know, because, you can hear someone saying, chemtrails and think like, oh, they're just this whack job. Here's a guy who has a family who's made it his life goal to talk about what he believes to be covert weather modification programs that are going on. And if you go hear what he has to say, it might raise your awareness to other things that could be going on. That's all I'm going to say. He also made a documentary that has 26 million views, interviewing whistleblowers and all kinds of folks about the trails we see in the sky every day and what possibly could be going on behind the scenes.
Expect you to respect this request from me in any discussion about Shayne, his content, or this video, whether it be on this video in the comments or elsewhere. I will, full stop, not allow behavior like that to define our community. Trust me, I grew up in the age of YouTube. I have seen a lot of fan bases become cults of personality that will attack anyone that their guy doesn't like. And worse, these guys either
Jamie, so here's the thing, guys. This is another beautiful thing. Jamie, who's commenting on YouTube right now, so you guys on Rumble, you can't see it. But Jamie said, is there any natural weather pattern that can explain that, though? I would need you to talk to multiple experts. So he's from Jamie, or see, that's one of those names that can go either way. But I'm psychically detecting that Jamie might be of the male specimen. And he said, is there any natural weather pattern that could explain that? I would need you to talk to multiple experts on meteorology to really be convincing. One of the things Dane Whittington says, who is the founder and whatnot of that organization called Geoengineering Watch, is that there are many meteorologists who speak out about these anomalies and say that clearly something else is going on, and they list these patents, and they say, look, a square cloud, the natural weather phenomenon for that is what? The wind blew in a certain direction to make a square cloud. Are you waiting for an expert to tell you? And I don't mean to be dismissive, but we have over 500, and this is what I ask anyone who thinks, let's say, for example, there's no way anything strange or nefarious could be going on with the Earth's weather systems right now. There's no way that any covert agencies or organizations would ever do anything evil. A lot of people think that. So then the question is, to the people who think that, are they aware of the 500 plus weather modification patents? That's my question. Because usually, though, and I could be wrong, but usually the people who think, oh, there's these idiots out there who think that the weather is like modified. Usually they are not aware of the comprehensive technologies and patents and treaties involving the weather. You can pay $80,000 in Europe, in the United Kingdom, to guarantee a rain-free wedding day. And they will spray chemicals in the sky and make it so it does not rain. And that article came out 10 years ago. In 2015, I was posting about how you can pay $80,000 to $100,000 or pounds in the UK to guarantee a rain-free wedding day. Most people who think chemtrails are whack, and that the government would never spray anything, or that corporations would never spray anything, don't know that that is an option. We also know Dubai is doing cloud seeding. Dubai, it's not even a conspiracy that Dubai is doing cloud seeding, right? The question is, what does it look like when they cloud seed? Does it look like when a plane flies by and a bunch of a trail extends out the back of the plane for hundreds and hundreds of miles in the sky? Is that what cloud seeding? This is what they won't talk about. The UK said, we're going to experiment with solar dimming to stop climate change. What does it look like when they try to solar dim? Does it look like the trails that blanket the sky? If it does look like that, then I think they've already fucking been doing that, because we see those trails in the sky for the last, we've seen them anyway, for the last at least 20, 25 years. In fact, there's a picture of me and my brothers on a frozen lake skating or whatever in 1997, and I can see a grid in the sky from the planes spraying. So they've been doing this for a very long time. And again, whistleblowers get roasted when they speak out about it as well. Because you could imagine, and we talked about this before, but why would any organization modify the weather? There's about 15 different reasons. There's food control, or there's weather, obviously, you know, affects the food supply, growing seasons and whatnot. There's also the fact that Monsanto has patent. This is another thing that most people who think, you know, the thought of anything being sprayed in our atmosphere is a loony conspiracy, they usually aren't aware that that Monsanto's GMO corn is patented to be sunlight deprivation resistant and aluminum resistant. Aluminum is what is one of the main ingredients that is sprayed on us from whistleblowers and lab analyses and soil samples and whatnot. Aluminum's in there, which is toxic to like plants and stuff. So the fact that Monsanto, who already, this guy, by the way, is against Monsanto. That's why I'm saying you guys won't think like he's such a son of a gun over here. There's elements to him that we have a lot in common with. And the fact that Monsanto has patented sunlight deprivation and aluminum resistance genetically modified into their plants should be, and I saw this talked about, again, it was 2016, 2017 at a meeting in California. It was like a city council meeting. And he said, hey, we're talking about things being sprayed in the sky. What does Monsanto know that we don't? Because Monsanto is patenting their seeds to be able to survive through deprived sun, which the trails block out and dim the sun. And also it puts aluminum in the soil, which they want to be, resistant to. So anyways, Monsanto has a connection there as well, but let's keep listening.
Either not doing anything to stop it or outright encouraging it. And that behavior fucking disgusts me. I feel like, due to my substantial audience and the type of content that I make, I have an obligation as a creator to say these words in every single video that I make.
And by the way, Karate John said John Brennan, the director of the CIA, literally had a press conference regarding chemtrails. Stratospheric injections of aerosols. Look that up on YouTube. Again, something that most people usually who think that it's crazy that they spray something, they don't know that. That is absolutely true, Karate John. Except they spun it to be like, we're going to be spraying to better the climate. We're not messing with it. We're making it better. It's all about your safety. We heard that during 2020 as well.
I make like this, and in so doing work to prevent the toxic and disgusting behavior that defines so many other internet and creator communities from trying to take root here. The thing that has brought us all together on this channel is a focus on facts, science, and maintaining an open mind. Cults of personality are often at the root of the unquestioning cult-like conspiracy behavior that we talk so much about on this channel. So I remind you that behavior like that, even around me, is the complete antithesis of everything we are trying to do here. And I hear a couple of you saying, but
Jamie said, can you acknowledge that contrails are also a thing at a minimum? Even if, big if, chemtrails exist, do you acknowledge that contrails are not chemicals and they also exist? It's a very good question, Jamie. In fact, I'm glad you brought that up. Because, hold on a second here. Where do we got? Here we go. Hold on a sec. In the documentary, The Dimming, again, which is by that same Dane Wigington, which if you've never, I know it can be a daunting thought. Oh my gosh, who could possibly think that these trails in the sky that are dimming the sun could be nefarious? I understand that. If you go watch, and I'm wondering where it is on his website, he talks about, to appease you, I'll say, sure, contrails exist. But I will also say that some, including Dane Wigington, believes that in the early 2000s, jet engines became so efficient that they basically do not emit any condensation. But the cover story to keep people from questioning these is that, oh, it's all just condensation. But you know what? That's getting into the weeds. That's getting into the weeds, Jamie. Let's just say contrails exist. We also have all the stuff we just talked about. Check out this website. Look, it's a plethora of information. And you'll see too, when you click it, you should be able to detect someone's trying to get a message out here, and that it is, there's a lot of stuff behind it that is hard to dismiss.
Milo, you're an asshole. Why can't I also be an asshole? In these videos, I try and keep it mostly above board. And also, this is my job, okay? My job is being an asshole. Your job is not. There's a very big difference between, me trying to use this as a teaching opportunity and droves of people going to harass and attack a random dude on the internet. Leave it to me. I got the fucking gloves on, okay? Who's got the gloves? Say it with me. This guy's got the fucking gloves. Bottom line is, do as I say, not as I do. I expect you all to hold yourselves to a higher standard than YouTube funny guy. With all that said, let's take the piss. The video that I have dubbed the holotype specimen of Shayne's channel is one in which he implies that the band Supertramp had insider knowledge about 9/11.
Okay, this is extremely trippy. We've all seen, you think you know what I'm going to tell you about this, and we'll talk about that, but there's another hidden message in this picture that is shocking. So for those wondering, this is Supertramp. It's a UK-based rock band. This image was released in 1979, okay? And you have what's depicting the New York City skyline. You have salt and pepper shakers here and everything. It's like art. But then you have the Twin Towers. Now, this may be what you have seen already. When we zoom in to the towers and you mirror that image, it says 9/11.
I told you guys, this video is going to be fucking great. Okay, so reminder.
You know, what I feel like doing now is typing in 9/11 symbolism, and at what point is it a mathematical impossibility for this many coincidences to happen? Wow, Google is so scrubbed, man. It's just there's nothing. We have a full. There's got to be a website, man. Maybe I'll use DuckDuckGo. Yeah. Okay, here. Damn, someone sent me a link to a website that has like the 50 or even 100 different shocking. Here's one for The Simpsons. We have the craziest one is in. Let me say this. The craziest ones. See, look, this is the lovely thing. Jamie Riddick on YouTube said, I'm off to sleep now. I'm in the UK, lol. But thanks for answering my questions. And I might look into the website to try debunking it myself, as what you're sharing is kind of interesting, even if I don't believe it. Jamie, that is the best possible thing you could say. That you're about to go research something. Blessings to freaking Jamie, who's going to go research something. That's absolutely amazing. Shout out to Jamie. Yeah, don't blindly believe whatever I'm saying here. Look up the weather modification patents. Look up the weather modification treaties. You're in the UK. Type in that you can pay for a rain-free wedding day. How do they do it? They spray stuff in the sky. They've been spraying. Look up Operation Popeye or Project Popeye, and that was done in Vietnam. They sprayed chemicals in the sky, made it monsoon over the Vietnamese. They've been modifying for warfare weather for a long time. Aiden said, I actually really like that he's watching the video and reacting live like this. And he clearly has far less of an ego than Philip Ziba. That's the Phil's Pixels guy we were talking about. I don't know. I don't know much about Phil, but yeah, I'm not going to sit here and be like, fuck you, dude. You know, like, I'm happy to discuss. That's always been my thing is like, let's discuss it, you know. But anyway, we got the 9/11 symbology here as well. But see, this is what I'm saying. How could I be mad at this? We have people, inquiring minds like Aiden and Jamie and this Black Legion guy who are thinking, you know. Okay, Rob sent something here. I think it's going to be the 9/11 symbology. We might quickly look at it, or we'll keep going on Mr.
In a world of
Mr. Minuteman stuff here. Ray said, here's a good question. Another new viewer. Guys, how can we hate on freaking Minuteman here when we're getting all these new people asking questions? Ray said, who is they? Ray, I would love to answer your question. Tanagashima. That sounds Japanese. Let me know if that's correct. But who is they in regards to what? When I say they are modifying the weather? Well, I can tell you what many people think is that they is an offshoot or a branch of the military industrial complex. So they is not your local government. It's not even the politicians you see on TV. If we've never done research into black budget organizations, this isn't even a conspiracy anymore. There are organizations that are not listed, that is not the CIA, that has multi-billion-dollar budgets, and they do stuff and they test things. And so you know, if we're talking about who would be spraying these trails in the sky, it wouldn't be your local airport. It's either a private military airport, something like that, or an offshoot of these intelligence agencies, 100%. And those are the same intelligence agencies, by the way, that have done very interesting research on unwitting participants. Before we keep watching, by the way, I wanted to mention to anyone who's new on the live, welcome everyone. We're actually giving away free superfoods today to help people detox, including the Chad mode, which is the all-natural blue spirulina, organic caffeine. And by the way, you guys are going to absolutely crack up when you hear Chad mode mentioned in this video. It's freaking awesome. I was literally in tears. It was amazing. And like 1 million people went to the site too, by the way. But anyway, the Chad mode, 150 milligrams of organic caffeine per scoop, cold water extracted from green coffee beans, and organic blue spirulina, which has been shown, look it up, don't take my word for it. Blue spirulina binds to phthalates, heavy metals, pesticides, glyphosate, atrazine, all these crazy contaminants, and excretes it out of the body. And that is in the Chalk Chad mode, which is the natural energy drink. We're also giving away 2 bottles of the 7 Wonders, which is the adaptogenic mushroom blend, organic and wild crafted, chaga, lion's mane, turkey tail, cordyceps, oyster, reishi, and maitake mushrooms. All extremely good for your neurological function, for your memory, for your concentration and focus. We have 2 of those we're giving away. The way the deal works, it's first come, first serve. The next 2 people who go to chalk.com and add any supplement to their cart, like the hot water purified shilajit, which is the #1 superfood for men and women. It's a hormone optimizer. It boosts fertility. It supports healthy detoxification. It binds to free radicals and contaminants and excretes it out of the body. And we have 10 clinical studies on it. The next 2 people who get a single supplement with that code 26life, it drops the price 26% off for life, which you can cancel or modify your subscription at any time. That comes to less than $1 a day. You will get a free 7 Wonders included in your order if you order on the live. But if you get a male or female vitality stack, you're going to get a free $100 tub of the Chad mode included in your order. The first person to get a male or female stack gets the Chad mode included. Let's keep listening, man.
What we're looking at is the holotype specimen here. So because of that, I think it's very important that we learn from this. So I want you all to take out your notebooks that you brought for this, obviously, and a pencil, because we're going to take our first note now. The first thing that I would like you to note about Shayne's holotype specimen is that his content frequently has a flagrant disregard for any sort of logic. Why the fuck would the band Supertramp have insider knowledge about the 9/11 terror attacks on the World Trade Center? And in 1979, no less. And then, with all of that, think to themselves, wow, guys, there's gonna be a terrorist attack in like 20-something years. Wait, 8, 9, 10, okay. 20-something years. You know what we should totally do? We should leave a cryptic message in an album cover. What? That is just, as a concept, so fucking ridiculous. I don't even know where to begin with it. So let's not begin anymore. Let's just keep going. I think the best thing you can do is just hunker down, guys. It's gonna be a bumpy fucking road.
In front of the Twin Towers, but that's not all. So this is the image mirrored, but look at what we're looking through. This looks like an airplane window. Completely looked like an airplane window. So we're looking through an airplane window at the Twin Towers. It says 9/11 behind them. This was made in 1979, and that's an awful lot of strange coincidences.
Shayne, those are not coincidences. All of that is very intentional. And I don't mean intentional of like, they intentionally hid subliminal messages in the album art. I mean intentional in the sense that the album is called Breakfast in America. Not unlike that. The World Trade Center was a symbol of America long before the attacks on 9/11. So they're flying in over the New York City skyline. So you can see the World Trade Center because they were there in 1979 or 8 or whatever it was. The city is made out of diner things because it's called Breakfast in America, and the waitress is serving orange juice in a diner waitress outfit in front of New York City because the album is called Breakfast in America. This is like all the conspiracies I was seeing after fucking Kendrick Lamar.
I'm not even going to argue with this. Honestly, if I were you, I couldn't watch this. I'd be so embarrassed because you only double down or retract almost everything you've ever said. And if you double down, you'd be a double dumbass. Walking skin, you know what it is, man? You would be embarrassed and fearful because that vibration you're embodying. With the internet, this may be a new thing to think about, but with the internet, it's definitely high risk giving unfiltered opinions to the masses to hear. But I can tell you that if you put yourself in this box, dude, I have literally, and you can detect this psychically, I have not an inkling of embarrassment on this video. I learned a few things on it, which we'll get to later on in the video, which I will definitely implement. So I appreciate his video on me. Embarrassment. I'm not embarrassed, dude. I think you're right about the military industrial complex and scummy private entities, but as Milo says, you don't have to make up an evil shadow government to hate. You can just hate the real government. Aiden, you know, I heard him say that, and he is right. Yeah, sure, the government. But as we look at this image here, and this could be news to some of you, this is the way that the control system currently operates. And if you didn't know this, it's great that we're covering it now, because this is shocking. And the more people know this, the less they'll be like, why do you think there's like some shadowy thing going on? It's just the normal thing. This is the way it works. The government is at the bottom of the pyramid. Below that is people, planet, and all living things. So you got the government. Then you have the corporations, which lobby for laws and policies and regulations to be applied. Then above them, where do they get their money from? From the big banks. But who controls the big banks? The national central banks. Who controls the national central banks? The international central banks. Who controls the international central banks? The central bank of central banks, which is the Bank for International Settlements. That is the financial elite, and there's offshoots of this, intelligence agencies, secret societies, and whatnot. There is absolutely a shadow going on. Sorry, if you think the guys at the very bottom here are where you point the finger, then you're clearly not aware of how the whole financial and control system works. Think about that. And I think Milo may come full circle, because Milo literally talked about the fact that governments controlling food and everything is fucked, and that he doesn't like that. But if he's focusing his energy here and saying, the government, man, we have several layers of control above that, which is where they get their orders from in the first place. Again, this is a deep dive, man. There's a lot more going on than just the White House pulling strings. Something to think about. Yeah, anyways, about whatchamacallit, hold on a second. Yeah, double down. I mean, dude, let me know what he hasn't even, you know what's funny? In this video, from what I saw, we didn't even get to weather modification. It's interesting that he didn't really touch that. Hold on a second, let me see. My viewers, ever since the Philip Ziba series, we are defined as the Google debunkers. Yeah, Swag, I had to Google that myself. I didn't know what that was.
Lamar's halftime show Super Bowl performance, where it was like people talking about like, you know, Freemasonry and like satanic rituals, which to be fair, they do it literally every Super Bowl ever. But then they talk about all like this hidden symbolism and shit. And I'm like, y'all, Kendrick Lamar's Super Bowl halftime show was so full of the most on-the-nose symbolism I have ever seen in my life. A fucking fourth grader could probably have picked up on it, and it was fucking great.
Showed the hailing of the Freemason to symbolize how America is in trouble and needs to prepare for the worst.
But you're not.
It's funny, he didn't deny that these mass rituals are going on. But let's go deeper on that. Why and who and what exactly are they worshiping, and what are they paying homage to? Something to think about.
Not picking up on the symbolism. You are digging so deep that you're making up entirely new symbolism that doesn't even fucking exist. But honestly, this is even worse, because this album art isn't even like symbolism. It's just fucking art. It says the thing that it is.
You know what's funny? When I made that video about the 9/11, oh, that's what I wanted to talk about, of course. The 9/11 symbology there, I never claimed that. I guess it was inferred that Supertramp had something to do with it, but let's look at this. We know that the record labels are fully controlled, like they're right up there. And people, dude, hold on a second. And Aiden, and to anyone watching on YouTube, wondering specifically about some hidden hand. This was before your time, pretty much before my time too, but we had major celebrities like Michael Jackson exposing the record labels and saying that they are absolutely controlling, they're a part of this evil cult, satanic, blah, 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 blah. And as we will get into, a lot more things in our world today are scripted and engineered and manufactured than we may think. Aiden said, I hate powerful corporations and wealthy elite too. I just think you take it a bit too far by assuming they all are working together in some big cabal. And they're definitely not leaving hidden messages. Guys, I love this. Aiden G has not heard yet about the revelation of the method. This is something that was new to me a little while ago too, Aiden. Picture for a second, picture for a moment. Pretend there is an evil cabal. Let's just say we've arrived at the idea that there is an evil cabal. What if I told you that within this evil cabal is a belief that if they are going to influence and manipulate and control humanity, that they are going to be free of any karmic retribution. They're going to be free from negative karma by telling the masses subliminally about what they are doing. The going theory / it's been exposed and whistleblowers have talked about it, is that they have to tell you what they're doing. And when you open when your eyes widen and your mind widens to potential symbology that is showing things hiding in plain sight, where they hide it in plain sight, and it's called predictive programming. Do a deep dive, dude. Aiden, if you've never heard the term predictive programming, do a deep dive on predictive programming, man. 100% there is something called predictive programming. It's when they program you with something that's going to happen in the future. They put it into your movies, your media, and so that you're conditioned to it. So then when the real thing happens, it's kind of expected almost. Your subconscious mind absorbs all this stuff. I can tell you there's multiple several-hour documentaries about this whole thing, about how your subconscious mind, absorbs everything. It's your conscious mind that's not fully aware. And they do program 100%. Anyway, we'll talk more about it, but it's called predictive programming and revelation of the method. And if anyone else on here has any specific instances, I mean, I can think of in a million movies, they hide stuff in plain sight 100%. But specifically something that would make someone who's never heard of it be like, whoa, that is trippy. Oh, how about this? I got one for you. Aiden. In 1999, the movie came out called Back to the Future 2. And all I know is it was before 9/11. It might have been 2000. It might have been 1998. But it was before 2001 that this movie came out. And in Back to the Future, which was produced by major Hollywood producers and whatnot, right up there. In Back to the Future, the main guy, the crazy scientist, and what's his face, drive to a parking lot in a hotel parking lot. The hotel is called the Twin Pine Mall. And at the front of the hotel, you see a sign that says the Twin Pine Mall. It has 2 pine trees on the mall sign. They pull into the parking lot. Terrorists drive into the parking lot, and there's a terrorist attack. And then there's a cut, and there's a scene, and there's a talking scene, and there's some dialogue, and then there's a cut. And when the main scientist and the kid drive back out of the parking lot, without it being announced or said, if you look in the background, the sign changed without any explanation to be the Lone Pine Mall. It was a twin pine mall with 2 pine trees. There was a terrorist attack. And then when they drove out of the parking lot, it was a Lone Pine Mall. And they replaced the Twin Towers with the One World Trade Center. That is a very interesting coincidence. If you hear the first one of those, though, you'll be like, it could be this, it could be that. There is many, many instances, probably over 60 or 70, of major Hollywood productions having a super strange anomaly regarding something that could be construed as something to do with 9/11. And you may be thinking, well, you could construe, I could hold up my 2 fingers right now, and you think that's the Twin Towers, blah, blah. It's shocking. Black Legion, who again is a Google debunker, he's coming from Minuteman's page. He said, I never thought that the Twin Towers going down was organic. It's interesting that you use the term organic, Black Legion, because we discuss regularly the notion of certain events being organic or engineered. So it's interesting that you use that term. And I don't know that this guy has done a deep dive on 9/11. If he had, if he had and he had pushed through the chaff of the stuff that says anyone who questions 9/11 is a total idiot, and if he really did a deep dive on it, he's a smart guy. He'd fucking figure out something strange happened that day that's a lot more than what they told us, 100%. Yeah, no shit, Black Legion. The Pentagon announced they lost $2.1 trillion the day before 9/11. The insurance claims that were made, the demolition permits that were applied for leading up to 9/11 for the Twin Towers because they were full of asbestos. There's so much. This isn't even supposed to be a 9/11 stream, man. But 100%, there's a lot.
And then it is that thing. It's not that fucking deep, which is now where I want you to pick up your pencils, because it's time to note the second thing. The theories that he promotes are often so detached from reality that they are almost hard to debunk. Never in my life did I ever expect that I would have to do research to prove that the band Supertramp did.
Paratus, another newcomer from YouTube, said, tinfoil hat on. So I just watched your short about Shayne, and now you are live, and I'm here watching it. So it's confirmed that 41's the solution to everything, right? 69 being... Let me know what you mean, Paratus. I don't know. You'll have to rephrase that. Wow, look, Black Legion said 9/11 was always, in my eyes, the most plausible conspiracy. Close to not even the realm of conspiracy. Well, Black Legion, let's talk about this for a second. Where did the term conspiracy theorist come from? You know, there's a conspiracy behind the inception of the word or term conspiracy theorist. It's shocking, man. But not to mention Black Legion, what it comes down to is the fact that it's called throw the rock and hide the hand. If there was a nefarious force in the world that wanted to implement certain laws and regulations and move forward at a certain control scheme over humanity, they know that many people would resist and not want to accept new forms of control over them. But if they give you a reason, there was a terrorist attack, we now need to monitor every single phone call and every single text from every single American citizen to prevent this in the future. If there wasn't this attack, everyone would say, get the fuck out of my phone, don't database all my shit, don't spy on me. We don't need that. But after this terror attack, then they can, and everyone accepts it. It's called, what do they call that? Problem, reaction, solution. The solution is predetermined. They create the problem. The reaction they feed off of, and then push people towards the pre-planned, predetermined solution. They've done that 1,000 fucking times. I don't know what you mean by the number 41, Paratus.
Not have advanced knowledge of the 9/11 terrorist attacks on the World Trade Center. See,
dude, I'm like 100% sure that the like rock music band itself did not know that 9/11 was going to happen, blah, 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 blah. I'm certain they did not know that. The record label, however, or whoever had their tentacles in there, it's, put it this way, I could be, I'm willing to say, I'm a mature adult. I'm willing to admit I could possibly 100% be wrong, that it just so happens that it says 9/11 above the Twin Towers through an airplane window on this album cover. 100%. My main thing with that whole video was, this is a shocking thing, and it's a little bit weird. At the very least, it's a very strange anomaly, and at the worst, it is a another form of 9/11 symbology, which we've seen hundreds of. That's right, Captain Walt.
At least with Philip Ziba, he gave, stories that I could trace back. He would make a point and I could make a counterpoint. So research actually worked in that video. But Shayne has a little bit more of a vibe of a guy kind of just rambling on a subway. You know what, dude? There very well may be fucking elves living in my walls. I don't know. Actually, no, that one you could check that. You could rip your wall down to see if there's elves in it. And then your family members could come into your house and be like, why are you ripping your walls down? You could say, well, a guy on the subway told me that there was elves in my wall, and then they institutionalize you. That was all off the cuff. That was pretty fucking good. I gotta say, wow. I told you guys, I write half the jokes, beer writes the other half. Okay, I get one ad hominem attack. Ad hominem? Ad hominem. Ad hominem. One ad hominem attack. I'm allowing myself a single one. The only difference between Shayne and the guy on the subway is that Shayne looks like a guy that you would meet at a craft brewery in Golden, Colorado, and bond over your shared love of freestyle bouldering. See? You can do ad hominem and have it.
Oh my gosh, man. Hold on a second. Oh, man. Hold on. Dude, that is too funny, man. Young Earth creationism and archaeology denying is my point of denying conspiracy. 9/11 and governmental styled conspiracy, sure. The government is a shadiness of the worst kind of people. Well, just remember, Black Legion, that the same, again, it was quoted that the illusion will be so vast and so grand. Yeah, that is funny, Swagler. The illusion is so vast and so grand that it will escape most people's perception. Is it imperceivable to you, Mr. Legion, that the tip top of, the head of the snake of major institutions are also controlled by the same hidden hand that's pulling many other strings? In other words, if 9/11 was an inside job, is it possible that the controllers who influenced that event also are involved in other major institutions which dictate how the Earth's history unfolded, how the Earth's geology makes sense, and they explain it to you, etc.? That's my thing. I'm not even getting into the weeds of, well, actually, the Earth is young, blah, 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 blah. But I'm just saying, consider that a lot more of what we're taught is a lie than just 9/11 and fluoride and maybe chemtrails.
But not be like, really offensive and insulting. You can have a little fun with it. You can get jiggy with it or something. I don't fucking know. So that was something kind of unique that I ran into in this video. And that is the fact that debunking this is almost hard, just like me. Pause. That's also why this video was a lot easier to make than my video on Philip, because Philip just said so fucking much that it took me literal months to be able to check everything he said. But with this guy, I'm just like,
Valerie, nothing has been debunked so far. Well, I guess you'd consider the 9/11 thing to be a debunk. Like, he basically said that it's foolish to believe in any type of symbology, which I get is definitely far out. But he hasn't went into the weeds of it yet. We're about to see the real debunking that's coming on, or that's coming up rather.
Fucking what? Supertramp knew about what? Okay, let's keep going with this one.
And of course, after that fateful day, many lives lost, and our rights and freedoms forever changed. Until we get them back, of course. Now, you may think this is unrelated, but all of these conspiracies cycle back to health. They absolutely are intrinsically connected. They want to control the food supply. They're putting fluoride in the water. They want you to be weak.
Okay, pencils back up. Third point. You see what I mean when I say that he talks a lot about health? I don't think I've ever used the word health more generously in my life. Calling this health is kind of like, calling a horse breaking its leg in a gopher hole and you having to shoot it in the head health. Now, this is a little bit of a weird one for me, guys. I gotta be totally honest, and some of you may actually feel this as well. In a weird, kind of fucked up way, this is where some parts of me and Shayne are 97% ideologically aligned.
Listen to this part, dude. This is what someone sent me as a clip. Look at this hilarious, dude. We actually have. Just listen to this, man. This is amazing. This was probably one of my favorite parts that someone clipped and sent to me. Just listen to this.
Aligned, which I don't say with any level of pride because they both have such different flavors to them. I talk in my videos quite frequently about the importance of people having control over their food supply. Monsanto or Bayer patenting the
Dude, someone sent me a video because I looked at his page and I was trying to find, like, he's an environmental scientist and all this. Like, surely he's talking about Monsanto and Bayer and these chemical companies spraying all this shit, poisoning the food, air, and water supply. Where we vary on that subject is that I believe it's nefarious, and I guess he believes it's more like just corporate greed, which could be considered nefarious, but I believe it's more organized and intentional, whereas he believes like it's just these bad corporations, which I guess you could say are the same thing. But what I mean is, I think that the agrochemical companies at the tip top are completely hand in hand with the other elements of control in the world today that are going on. So I believe it's intentional to basically affect humans negatively. And you could say on the first level, it's like, oh, because you make them sick and then you profit because they're sick and then they need to go to like big pharma. That's one level. I think it's deeper than that. I don't think this is profit derived. I don't think this is profit driven. I think that this extends past that. But anyways, we actually agree. We quite agree on this issue, and it's hilarious to hear because I'm sure he's watching some of my videos and being like, "Damn, like that's crazy. They're spraying Dicot in Massachusetts. Like, this is shocking." But I love this part of the video, man.
The genome of crops. Terrible. Billionaires and foreign empires buying American farmland. Terrible. Food deserts that prey on impoverished people and feed them really, really terrible food. Evil. I even talked about this just recently in my video on the Great Raft. Huge portions of this country had absolutely no problem providing for cultures that lived here for thousands of years, and then as the American civilization began to expand, they wiped away all of our ability to produce our own food, and we are now dependent on a system that sells it back to us. We are some of the first generation.
That's fucking great, man. I'm glad that this video that already has almost 200,000 views is talking about how fucked up that is. I would love a 2-hour video on how evil Monsanto is. Well, let me explain. This is a 2-hour video on things he doesn't agree with about what I say on Instagram, which I totally, respect to speak your truth, right? But I also think a 2-hour video about the pure psychopathic evil of some of these chemical companies and some of these organizations is more worthy of a 2-hour debunk than a guy on Instagram who believes or posts about the potential that the earth is a lot less old than the mainstream says, and that that 9/11 symbology exists. You know what I mean? It's kind of like when, for example, when we make a post about the heavy metals and pesticides in the food and water supply, and then I mention the importance of detoxing these from your system. And then I mentioned the hot water purified Shilajit because it detoxes heavy metals and microplastics and pesticides and all kinds of crazy stuff from your system. Plus, it's extremely pro-fertile. It's a hormone optimizer. And someone comments and goes, "What the fuck? Why would you talk about like a supplement?" You know that there's a whole ecosystem of pharmaceutical Instagram pages that are ran by like Tylenol and these major companies that are worthy of your roasting. A guy promoting natural superfoods that are clinically studied to detox and boost your fertility and boost your vitality and boost your brain function on a video about chemicals that are being sprayed in our food and water supply. It's part and parcel. It's totally connected. I'm talking about how they're spraying all these crazy chemicals, and that 90% of Americans, including that Corona he's drinking, absolutely has glyphosate in it. It's in 90% of people's bloodstreams. It's infertility causing. It alters your brain function. It's fucking horrible. So if I came out here and just said, hey, these corporations are bad, follow me for more. It's almost kind of cringe. How about these corporations, these chemicals, it's toxic. And if you want to detox, if you want to boost your system, if you want to decalcify and get this crazy stuff out of your bloodstream, there are things out there that do that, including the Chad mode, which we're giving away for free on today's live. This is a $100 tub of the Chad mode, which, by the way, if you guys haven't seen it yet, you will be absolutely cracking up at the Chad mode section of this video. We're giving away a free tub of Chad mode, which is organic blue spirulina, shown to detox all kinds of phthalates and heavy metals and pesticides and herbicides and glyphosate and atrazine and all kinds of chemicals. It excretes it out of the body, and 150 milligrams of organic caffeine per scoop, which is cold water extracted from green coffee beans. I think he probably looked at Chad mode and went, damn, this shit actually sounds good. Organic caffeine, cold water extracted from green coffee beans, that doesn't exist in the natural energy drink or in the energy drink world, or in the world of caffeinated beverages. The vast majority of caffeinated beverages use synthetic caffeine. It's grown in a lab. Chris, what's his fucking name? Logan Paul and those guys just got exposed because their Prime energy drink had like illegal levels of forever chemicals in it. This is freaking shocking, man. So we're promoting a natural energy drink, which is super detoxifying and purifying. So we have one of these we're giving away on the live, and then we're giving away 2 bottles of the Chalk 7 Wonders, which is the adaptogenic mushroom blend from Chalk, which binds to free radicals, contaminants, all kinds of stuff. It has chaga, lion's mane, turkey tail, cordyceps, oyster, reishi, and maitake mushrooms in it, which massively increase neurological function and memory and focus. We have 2 of these left to give away, and 1 chat mode. The way the deal works is first come, first serve. As soon as I paste this link in the chat, make sure you click it. That goes to chalk.com, CHOQ.com. The first 2 people who go to chalk.com and add any supplement to their cart, and they apply the coupon code 26life, you get a lifetime 26% off discount on the Shilajit, on the Chalk Minerals. We just restocked the Chalk Minerals, by the way. The Irish Moss, a ton of superfoods on there. The Tomcat 100 is clinically studied to boost free testosterone 87% in 21 days. Plus, it's certified wildcrafted from Malaysia. Total superfood. First 2 people who put a single supplement in their cart and apply that code 26life, it comes to less than $1 a day, and you'll get a free $60 bottle of the Chalk 7 Wonders included in your order. But the first person to get a male or female Vitality Stack subscription with that coupon code, and you apply it, you get a free $100 tub of the Chad mode included in your order, which is freaking amazing. That's the blue energy drink that's in my stories right now. You can see on Instagram. And by the way, let's just do a quick blessing. And I know we got Captain Walt in here, we got Aloha in here who don't like this. And I can understand why, because it appears like I'm being attacked, and you guys believe what I'm talking about and the importance of these superfoods, the importance of getting our food, air, and water supply cleaner, and the agendas behind it, and these evil corporations and all the shit that's going on. I totally get why you guys want to defend me, and you see this as a negative. But I invite you to reframe your minds and see that millions of people eventually are going to be looking at my page after this video goes out. And when they go to my page and see, wow, he's talking about a chemical they're trying to spray in the northern states. He's talking about, I don't really talk about this too much on Instagram, but weather modification patents, and something nefarious is going on in our skies. Or, hey, if you think it might be time to detox these crazy herbicides and pesticides, here's a superfood that's clinically studied, science-based. This is absolutely a positive and beautiful thing, and I'm glad this is the most fucking exposure. Yeah, I've got videos with millions of views. I mean, it's not the views necessarily, but this is exposure, and people are going to come look and see stuff and go, whoa, maybe, yes, he made a few posts about the earth being potentially younger than what the mainstream says. Maybe doesn't have a fucking geology degree and he's an idiot geologically, according to the mainstream geology scenario there. But damn, some of this shit's legit. Of course, I don't post anything to you guys that I don't think is legit. But I'm just saying, we can get along. We would get along more than we get into fights. I'll tell you that. Of course. Selena, I totally understand that, and that is a beautiful thing. Shout out to Selena. I totally understand why you guys are jumping to the, you know. Also, someone said, where do you go? Someone on YouTube just commented, how can you reply to all this dumb conspiracy stuff and still answer it realistic and properly? I would quit after 1 or 2 months, or would give up on humanity and myself. P.S. Your vids and you are awesome, dude. Heart. Shout out to Paratus, man. Paratus, let me just say, we live on the same world, but we have I think we might even have a fucking 20 some odd year age difference. There's a language barrier here, or at least a grammar barrier. We live in very different worlds, but the same world. So blessings to you, Paratus. And don't give up either. Giving up is the most shocking thing. I mean,
generations in thousands of years to not have agriculture be a large part of our lives. Sure, we can say that we have freedom here, if we can even say that anymore, actually, but as long as someone controls your food supply, they got you by the balls. In short, food sovereignty gives power back to communities and back to people and back to individuals and out of...
Yo, shout out to Walking Skin. He said, bro, you're still alive. How? I'll tell you how. So Walking Skin, there's this app, and you pull it up, and there's a button that says start streaming. And once you click that button, you start streaming. And until you press the same button that then turns into the words stop streaming, until then, you're still streaming, man. Shout out to Walking Skin, though, man. Yeah, dude, actually, I didn't even tell anyone to buy the chat mode. We're giving the chat mode free. Free with the next person who gets a male or female stack at chalk.com with the code 26life. Parada says, a friend of mine says nature can't be shown in studies. I say it's stupid what he says. What do you think? Let me know, Paratus. Rephrase that. See, look, and then here's Aiden from YouTube too. Again, these are all people coming over from this guy's video. He said, I'm just so curious. Do you think the earth is hollow or flat or donut shaped? Aiden, we'll possibly do a deep dive on that. Let me say this to Aiden, okay? Blessings to Aiden. He's a young man. It sounds like he's coming up. He's learning. He's open-minded. He's not a brainwashed sheep. Jack Goodwin said, oh yes, free scam supplement. Jack, you know, I'd be affected by that if I was in my infancy in talking and using the internet. But I can tell you, Jack, if you're interested in certifications, lab tests, clinical studies, certifications of authenticity, and you go look at the Chad mode and see that Chalk is the highest rated supplement company on Trustpilot, I can tell you that there are definitely a lot of scams out there, including buying prime energy drinks, which are full of forever chemicals, PFASs. Let's talk about scams, man. We'll talk about them. If you're getting the Chad mode, that is the furthest thing from it. The scam is drinking fluoridated water. The scam is drinking or eating rather meat and chicken, for example, that are injected with antibiotics and hormones, which alter your endocrine system, and it's very unfavorable. That's a scam. Drinking organic blue spirulina with organic caffeine that's cold water extracted from green coffee beans, it would be hard pressed to believe that that would be a scam. But again, look at the lab tests, the certifications, and all that. So what I wanted to show you was Mr. Aiden. I got something for you, man. Oh yeah, hold on. This is perfect for Aiden, man. This is the fucking best. This is Aiden. Save this link I'm sending you right now. Aiden, save this. This is one of the best videos on. It's not necessarily, I wouldn't say that the earth is hollow. Like that's kind of like a stretch. But could there be vast subterranean cavities in the earth? 100%. This video that I just put in the chat, save that, open it in a new tab, bookmark it, and watch that video. And let's, someone is welcome to debunk it. Sorry, Lemons, we are watching the video. And scientist certificate. Jack, you're good, man. Jack, are we of the opinion that fluoride is good to be drinking still? Let me know, man. Glizzy Earth theory. Shout out to Ray, man. Shout out to Ray. Yeah. Oh, the only difference is though, lemons. The only difference is that if you're taking, for example, the purified shilajit from chalk, just so you know, we have 10 clinical studies on it. It is certified, heavy metal tested. All the labs are posted on the site. It is pro-fertile. It is a hormone optimizer. Shilajit used to be traded on the Silk Road for thousands of years. It's mentioned in Bruce Lee's autobiography. Genghis Khan took it. Arnold Schwarzenegger took it. And the Russian military secretly studied Shilajit for over 40 years. I get comments all the time, oh, like magic pills? You're an idiot, man. And dude, there's nothing I'm going to be able to say to someone who thinks that, right? But if they aren't too calcified and they have a micron of an open mind and they are actually interested in boosting their vitality and their health, and it may take, you know what it may take? It may take a man, for example. He gets a wife, time to have kids, it's not working. Infertility, which plagues millions and millions of people now. To then go, wow, what can I do? Oh, you go to the infertility clinic. What do they give you? Some strange this, that, or the other. And then what I'll say is, then maybe, and there are so many reviews, like powerful, amazing freaking reviews on Trustpilot of people who literally, and again, many of you are young. I already know that we have a ton of, like a large percentage of Minuteman's audience I know are under probably 18 or under even like 16, man. Like, there's a lot of young kids on there. He makes these funny jokes. Like, it does appeal to the young minds, right? But I can tell you that when it comes to brass tacks of someone wanting to reproduce with the love of their life, and something's not working, and whether it's because of the microplastics, the pesticides, the heavy metals, the phthalates, the BPAs, and all these endocrine disrupting chemicals, it's great that there are natural things out there that can support and rejuvenate from that 100%. So reminder, next 2 people to get a single supplement at chalk.com, get the free, hold on a second. The next 2 people who go to chalk.com and get a single supplement into their cart and they apply the coupon code 26life, you get a lifetime 26% off discount, which you can cancel or modify at any time. And if you're the first person to get a supplement, or the first 2, you get a free 7 Wonders. That's the adaptogenic mushroom blend included in your order. But if you get the first person to get a male or female vitality stack, gets a free Chad mode included in their order, which is that blue drink that's in my stories right now. You can go look on Instagram. It's freaking amazing. Yo, shout out to Lemons, Jack, Paradas, and all these people on YouTube. This is freaking awesome. We got YouTube comments. And Ray, guys, follow me on Instagram, Shaynevibes Truth. You'll be, I know right now a lot of you guys are, you got your backup, right? You guys got, some of you have your backup, at least Jack does and Lemons does. But if you come over to Instagram, you may be pleasantly surprised, man. Yeah, exactly. Lemons, use the code. It's actually 26% off. It's the coupon code 26life, not 20, man. Let's keep watching.
Of the hands of the government. It allows us as individuals and as communities to have our own autonomy. And so Shayne and I seemingly agree on that. And then he starts talking about...
Just a side note, Edgar, he said, nah, man, I don't put chemical shakes in my body. They all have heavy metals in them. I just eat natural food. Edgar, one thing before we keep watching this video, just so you know, if you're eating 100% organically today, you are getting less than 10% of the full matrix of minerals. Every single day, 102 minerals are supposed to be consumed by you from the food and water supply. That is what we are designed. 102 minerals make up the human body. Even if you are on a 100% organic diet today, you are getting less than 10% of the full matrix of minerals. So I don't know that you're at 100% organic, but even if you were, a deficiency in even one mineral causes total body imbalance. So this is why we're talking about things like the shilajit or the Irish moss, which boost your mineral uptake, and every single vitamin or every single mineral rather ignites a different biological process in the body. And every single vitamin requires a different mineral to activate it. So if you're not getting the full matrix of minerals, you can eat all the natural food. But you mentioned you don't take chemical shakes. This is not a chemical shake. This is organic blue spirulina and organic caffeine and a bunch of B vitamins and whatnot that are organic. You're good, Edgar, man. You're good, man. Just easy on the tap water, buddy.
Fluoride and chemtrails. Another stellar example of how if you go far enough in either direction, you'll just meet right back in the middle. So Shayne, I guess good to be here with you. I find that many conspiracy theorists actually, not always, but sometimes identify actual issues, and then very, very frequently, they will misattribute where those issues are coming from or attribute them to a scapegoat. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. You don't need to make up an invisible shadow government.
Just on that invisible shadow government thing, he is saying that the problems that we are plagued with and whatnot come from here, the government. And what he may not be aware of is all the other elements of that pyramid of control. Corporations, big banks, central banks, national, international central banks, and the central bank of central banks. This is the pyramid of control, domination and control, wealth and resources. Screenshot this, because it's not to focus your energy down here. Oh, my local politician, like, he's an idiot. You're forgetting about the major multi-trillion-dollar corporations, banks, and all this, which is the real ones behind the scenes, 100%. I like you, but isn't it better to be healthy the whole time instead of depending on supplements? Paratus, that's a great question. A free way to detox, a free way to boost your vitality would be by fasting. Fasting is when, it's a natural modality your system has where you stop eating or you do a juice fast or a juice cleanse or this, that, or the other. Fasting is a great way to detox naturally. The problem is, Paratus, is that we are finding that 90% of Americans and Canadians and even a ton of Mexicans as well have glyphosate and atrazine in their blood, which is a chemical that is in the food and water supply now because they're spraying it. And there's heavy metals that we're being exposed to, synthetic fragrances, which are endocrine disruptors. There's so much in the food. Look, Paratus, I wish if I could come on here and say, just be healthy, guys. That's great. Today, if you are not actively detoxing, unfortunately, you are accumulating. That's where we're at. 100%. Microplastics, phthalates, BPA, all this stuff, you want to be detoxing it 100%.
To be mad at. You can just be mad at the actual government. So
I do love that. But again, that's limited in our understanding of who's pulling the strings here.
since Shayne and I share some of the same conviction there, what have I done to with this fervor? You guys know my convictions. I'm kind of like I'm like a glorified prepper. I, like I'm sure many of you, have identified the issues, tried to find what the roots of those issues are, and then simultaneously work to dismantle those roots in whatever way I can, but primarily be able to insulate myself, my loved ones, and my community from that issue. And then, more importantly, from all of that, try and inspire others to be able to do the same thing for themselves. My biggest leaps is I now have a homestead here. Really nice to look at, isn't it? I've been learning to grow my own food. I have a farm plot, and I've been working really hard to be involved with my community so that we can rely on one another. I grew a bunch of extra tomato plants this year that I didn't have space for. I gave them to some friends. Now they can have tomatoes.
The guy's growing tomatoes. How much hate could you really cast at this man? He's growing tomatoes. He's got a homestead. Wait till you see his fucking duck. He's got a duck. Look at this.
One of my friends had a bunch of extra duck eggs last week. They gave me a bunch of duck eggs. Fucking awesome. I even have a chipmunk. Whenever I sit outside to do work, she comes up to me and eats out of my hand. I'm slowly training her to climb up onto my lap. Her name is Rhonda. All my homies love this fucking ass little squirrel. Rhonda and I are buddies. She is a soft, tiny babiness. So all in all, while me trying to do something about these convictions has been a lot of hard work and a lot of hard work ahead, it has been immensely gratifying, empowering, and rewarding. Now, let's have a little look at Shayne. Granted, I don't know the full scope of what Shayne has done about these issues. I only see what he has put online. So,
dude, I like that he prefaces this, by the way. It's like, I don't know the guy. I'm just going off a few of his reels. At least he acknowledges that and makes that known.
He very well may be doing literally everything that I am doing here. So we don't know that, but we know
I do maple syrup, harvest my own firewood. We harvest leeks, wild edibles, wild mushrooms like chaga and lion's mane. Oh, we got a lot in common, man. We could go to a fucking reserve, or rather a, whatchamacallit, a preserve. You go to a reserve, that's where you get some good deals on cigarettes. But but yeah, we have a lot for sure that we could discuss. I think he just doesn't like a few things. Let's keep hearing though.
what he's putting online. And this is what he's putting online. Shayne has identified some issues in the state of the world. Some of them legitimate, many of them not. He has made people aware of them. Good for him. And the last thing left to do is to give those people that you have made concerned about these issues a call to action. So let's see what Shayne's call to action is.
And that's why I take the hot water purified shilajit, which is clinically studied not only to detox fluoride, pesticides, heavy metals, chlorine, herbicides, atrazine, glyphosate.
You know what's funny? Dude, I stand by 100% that I recognize the vast majority of people watching this video, unfortunately because the state of the food, air, and water supply are full of phthalates, heavy metals, endocrine disruptors, and pesticides. I see this as totally, look, hey, I got your attention. Look at this crazy symbology. We got 9/11 here. And have you heard of this superfood that's really good for you? I don't even know. I mean, his next video he says is, you'll hear, but to me it's like, yeah, man. Have you taken a superfood? Let's discuss.
But it also boosts fertility and increases brain function massively. And right now we're giving away free chocolate powder with qualifying purchases, $100 value. Comment.
By the way, shilajit is literally clinically studied to stimulate the production of new brain cells. That's not a joke. It's called neurogenesis. It's amazing for your brain. I love being able to talk about freaking superfoods and stuff that boosts your pineal gland and all that. It's freaking amazing.
Comment free below and check your DMs for details.
Selling supplements. It's just, you see what I mean about the 5-ounce gold nugget? And this is just the beginning, guys. We're just getting warmed up. So take your pencils back up, because it's time to get the fourth point. Shayne identifies a lot of issues of varying legitimacies. Legitimacies these nuts. God damn it. Carpe diem. Seize these nuts. That's like not even funny. What? That should not be the thing that is making me laugh the most out of everything I've said in this fucking video so far. Oh fuck! We should do that. Should we do a Miniminuteman bumper sticker?
Hold on a second, because we have every dear soul on here from his video. I want to show you guys this real quick. How long is this? 1 minute. I'm going to show you guys a video quickly for all the new people here who might not have heard this, that could save them from a lifetime of unfortunateness. I'll be back in 2 seconds. Check this out.
How can people get a hold of these energy weapons? You know, the government has all the energy weapons. Nobody has energy weapons. Well, guess what? If you have a 1,200-watt microwave oven in your home and you peel the side of the oven open, which I had a case where these people did that. They were got in a conflict with their neighbors. And what they did is they peeled the microwave open on the side, and then they went, and this is a diagram that you can see on the internet, and they faced this weapon through the walls. And microwaves go right through the walls like they weren't there. So they radiated the next apartment and the next 2 apartments down. Each apartment, the people were getting sicker and sicker. And after I did this story, I talked about it on Coast to Coast. I had these people call me up and say, well, can you send me the plans? Oh, man, I tell you, and it fries you, what it does. And first of all, let me just say something about microwave. Isn't it a little odd? They say, don't even operate the microwave, or don't even stand near close to the microwave when it's operating because it's unhealthy.
Viewers out there, to let you guys know how microwave radiation works in comparison to Apple's new AirPods Pro. I'm right next to the microwave, and look at it. 300 to 400 milliwatts per meter squared. All right, there you go. Right there, 450 milliwatts meter squared, almost 500, and that's a centimeter away. I'm going to put it really close, and it's broke the meter. So if you look on WHO's website, the World Health Organization, in public exposure limits, maximum public safety exposure, it has microwaves to go up to 0.5 watts, which is 500 milliwatts. So the highest amount of radiation this fella could leak is 500 milliwatts. An AirPods Pro is designed to go between your ears. It's going similar levels to a friggin' microwave on full blast. So you have to be like this. This is life with an AirPods Pro.
Well, here you got this klystron tube that's in it, and what it does is it puts 2.4 gigahertz into the food, and it vibrates the molecules at this frequency.
You know what's funny? I was actually trying to show you guys the Cinemix. Oh, for all the new people here too as well, on specifically the weather modification thing that many people think is false news. Hold on. Yeah, we saw that. Wait, is that? For everyone joking around, like Jack, Jack, we're live on Rumble, man. We're not just live on YouTube. We're live on Rumble with 8,000 people, bro. Jack, sorry, you thought we had 1 billion. We thought you thought our YouTube, dude. You can't talk about this stuff on YouTube, and I'm surprised it's even our channel's still up, man. Jack, listen to this, buddy.
But just go and research the word Cenomix. Okay? Cenomix is a transnational company that creates flavor enhancement for products for transnational companies like Pepsi, Kraft, Nestle, Campbell's. And what they've been doing is that they grabbed kidney cells from human aborted fetuses. So they grab these kidney cell lines, las células sanguíneas de los riñones de bebés abortados, and in laboratory they replicate these cells and they put them in all your products. Lo ponen en los productos. What products are we talking about? Well, we're talking about your Gatorade. Drink some aborted babies. Yes, seriously. We're talking about Lay's chips. Yeah, that's why they taste so good, don't they? Pepsi products, all right? Tropicana juices, Dasani water, Minute Maid. We have to not consume anything from these companies. And tell them that we're not going to participate in their insane rituals.
So anyways, I just wanted to point that out to anyone who thinks some things are far out. This is shocking, man. So you're just reacting to rage bait to yourself for a minute, on the right. Yeah, you're good, Paratus. You're good, man. I thought you were hitting the sack. I thought you were going to bed, man.
It's like the come and take it flag. Okay, we gotta stop. So anyway, he identifies a lot of issues, some legitimately, but the solution to these problems is almost always, without fail, buy supplements from Shayne. Old colorized footage of London? Supplements. Mark Wahlberg saying something about
You know what that old footage of New York City was? Guys, this is the best thing ever. Ray on YouTube, who's watching right now, who came from his video on me, is asking a question. Why do they put aborted fetus particles into the food? And what purpose does that serve? Can't you guys see? Everyone who's trying to defend me and say, this guy's an idiot, blah, blah, blah. I understand. But look what's happening. We have total vibrational beings who are on YouTube coming from this video asking questions. Why are they putting aborted fetal cells in our food? Why? Well, Ray, I can tell you this. The official story for why they put aborted fetal cell derived cell linings that are cultured in an aborted fetus, the reason officially is to enhance flavor. Why anyone in the right mind would choose to try to make something taste better with a dead baby is fucked. That alone is so unfathomable, I can't even believe we're talking about it and that it's happening. Whoever thought to make food taste better from an aborted fetus, something is wrong upstairs. So discard the official story, which is that it's because we wanted to enhance food, and so we found this fetal tissue and found that it really works good to make food taste better. The other side of what some people think, why they put aborted fetal cells in food, Paratus, we just looked at the evidence. It's called Senomix. Senomyx. Senomix. It's not even debunked. This is something you won't see debunked. They are adding cells to food that's from an aborted fetus, which is fucking insane. Yes, NA55 said, can you prove that the aborted fetal cells are in food? I don't know if you saw what he said there, but it's that if you type in Senomix, this is a multinational corporation, and they Google it. Senomix is used, and in fact, you know what they do? When you see the word natural flavors on a food product, a processed food product, that comes from a dead baby. Let marinate on that motherfucking piece of information, because that is so shocking. And if this is the first time you've heard about it, this is another reason why I'm grateful that this video even came out, because new people who have never heard about this are going, whoa, what? Why? The why is a load of shit. The why is, we figured that maybe it would make food better. What? Who in the right mind would do that? I can tell you what the other side of things is that people think there is a satanic, evil cabal behind these food corporations. So you either think that it's an organic thought and someone said, hey, hold on a second, let's make food taste better with a deceased infant, and that's totally normal. Or the other side of the fucking, what's that thing that goes back and forth? Pendulum, is that there's something dark going on. So you make the decision. I'm not telling you why they put Senomix in your food. I'm not going to tell you why. Let you decide. Don't go looking for experts. What does an expert say? That's a false appeal to authority. That's a thing you don't want to do. It's appeal to authority. What does authority say about this? No, use your own discernment. What person in the right mind would fucking do that? It's shocking. EV said, where's your supporting evidence? Do you see on the screen there where it says Senomix? Type that in and you'll see it's added to your food. There's your evidence. Look it up. And that's not even meant to be dismissive. That's look it up. Senomix. It's not even a conspiracy that they add this to food. From aborted fetal cells. It is fucking shocking. And that's the tip. Hold on a second. If you're just finding out that aborted fetal cell derived cells are in food, have we come full circle yet that You know what aspartame comes from? Aspartame is the fecal matter from a genetically modified strain of E. coli. Aspartame is an ingredient that comes from the fecal matter of genetically modified E. coli. Infinite Oculus says, where's your evidence that Cenomix is made from fetuses? I'm being patient here. I'm going to be patient with you here. Cenomix is an American biotech company that develops food additives. The company claims to have reverse engineered human taste and aroma receptors. And if you type in Cenomix aborted fetal cells, you will see clearly there is your information and evidence and your source. And the fact check on that is that no, food products don't contain fetal tissue. And this is the distinction I want to make here. There are not aborted fetal cells in your food. They grow cells from a culture from aborted fetal tissue. So this is why I don't even talk about aborted fetal cells in flavoring, is because they are so sensitive to it, because it's so shocking that it's fucking blows your mind. There are no aborted fetal cells in your food. There are cells that are cultured from aborted fetal tissue in your food. Still comes from it, but the fact check there is that it's not aborted fetal cells. It's cells derived from aborted fetal tissue, which is just as shocking and completely fucked up. And you can type in HEK 293, by the way. That's exactly right. Chris said, tell him to look up HEK 293 if he wants to something legit to look up. One of the lines they use is called HEK 293. Absolutely. EVS said, you're so deep in the muck, friend. I hope you're able to shake this paranoia. Is it paranoia? Let me ask you this, Evie. Is it paranoia to be aware that a food additive comes from aborted fetal cells? Am I paranoid to know that and be rationally concerned about it? I don't know, man. Let me know, guys, if that seems paranoid. Aspartame 100%. Jack said, aspartame isn't made from fecal matter. Aspartame is a excretion from genetically modified E. coli. That is a 100% fact. What you should be arguing is, it's safe, it's fine, it's good. I'm not even talking about that. I'm just telling you where it comes from, which is a fact. Also, shout out to, yeast. I mean, dude, naturally occurring yeast and the byproduct of yeast that makes bread, that's one thing, man. But we already have talked about the fact that, and in fact, your friend here, hey, dude, Jack, the guy you're looking at your screen right here, Minuteman, he doesn't like Monsanto because they genetically modify food and they patent it and they control it and they own it. And it has unfortunate effects. Jack, it may be news to you that a French scientist did a 3-generation study with rats, and he fed rats genetically modified corn for 3 generations. And by the 3rd generation, the rats were full of tumors and were completely infertile. And when he came out with that study, he was discredited, he was smeared, he was slandered, and his scientific certificate was taken away, was revoked. If a multi-trillion, multi-billion-dollar organization is sitting there and someone is talking smack about their products, you could see why they would be a little bit flustered about that and want to shut them down. You know also, Jack, that the vast majority of Europe, genetically modified food is banned there. Why? Why is food in America banned in 70 plus countries. Jack, point out the misinfo, man. You're good, man. By the way, for those who are listening to this critically and their pineal glands are vibrating and they're thinking, damn, this is actually kind of shocking. If you think it might be important to detox the phthalates, heavy metals, microplastics, pesticides, and the contaminants in the food, air, and water supply, right now we're giving away free superfoods to help people detox, like the Chad mode. We have an entire tub of Chad mode to give away free on the live. That's the organic blue spirulina, organic caffeine, which massively boosts neurological function. It detoxes phthalates, heavy metals, pesticides, microplastics, herbicides, glyphosate, and atrazine, excretes it out of the body, plus 150 milligrams of organic caffeine per scoop, which is cold water extracted from green coffee beans. We're giving one of those away, and we have 2 more 7 Wonders to give away, which is the adaptogenic mushroom blend from chalk that has chaga, lion's mane, turkey tail, cordyceps, oyster, reishi, and maitake mushroom in it. If you did a deep dive on the benefits of one of those mushrooms, you would be shocked, and you'd want to be taking it every single day. And it would make a massive difference in your mental state, by the way, if you took it every day. So we're giving away free 7 Wonders and free Chad mode. The way the deal works is it's first come, first serve. The first 2 people to get a single supplement, go to chalk.com, get the hot water purified Shilajit, get the Tongkat Ali, which boosts free testosterone 87% in 21 days. If you get the Irish Moss, any single supplement with that coupon code, it comes to less than $1 a day. Make sure you apply the discount code 26life. And the first person to get a male or female vitality stack with that code gets a free $100 tub of Chad mode included in their order, which is freaking amazing. Check out the male and female stack. You'll be shocked. This could be the best, $3 a day trial period investment you've ever made. We're talking detox, fertility, brain function, endocrine, your DNA. We got all the clinical studies. You'll be freaking shocked. Well, exactly, Will. Exactly, man. Everyone watching on YouTube, by the way, dude, this is the funny thing. It's all good. It's not really that big of a deal and everything, but the people who are coming on YouTube think we're streaming to 6 people, which would be fine. I would stream to 6 people, no problem. But we are live on Rumble, Jack. We have 8,800 people watching on Rumble right now, man. It's a freaking vibe over there. YouTube, Jack, you have no idea what censorship goes on. Jack, you don't even know, respectfully, man, like, how much do you fucking know about fluoride? How much do you know about Monsanto? How much do you know about weather modification and the patents and the companies involved in it? You don't. So make sure that you acknowledge that you know next to or a very tiny micro amount of anything than what we're talking about, and you've already made up your mind. And that's not even supposed to be a roast, Jack. It's a matter of sit with yourself and think about it.
P. Diddy? Supplements. A video of the South Tower collapsing? Fucking
Hormone
supplements.
optimizer and a boost fertility. And right now, Chalk's giving away free $100 bags of the Chalk.
Yeah, deception runs deep. They lied about 9/11. They're also lying about what's in the food, air, and water supply. If you want to detox, take a superfood, man.
Chocolate powder with qualifying purchases. This is organic cacao, super high in antioxidants.
Speaking of, we can actually give away a chocolate powder, the organic heirloom cacao from Bolivia. The next person who gets a single supplement with that coupon code 26life, we could throw in a freaking a chocolate powder. Organic heirloom cacao from Bolivia that stimulates stem cell production. Super detoxing and delicious. Freaking amazing, man.
Boosts stem cell production. Extremely potent. Comment free below and check your DMs for details.
I am actually impressed. It genuinely takes a brilliant mind to take a video of the South Tower collapsing and use it as an opportunity to tell me that I need to increase my sperm count. This fucking supplement company made the best marketing decision of their entire life. I'm not even saying that like as a joke.
I can tell you that 60 to 70%, I will actually probably 90%, but I'm getting to it. of men today have significantly lowered sperm count, not just because of your cell phone in your pocket, but the phthalates, the BPA, the microplastics, the heavy metals. 100%. If you want to boost your sperm count naturally, the Shilajit will do it, the Tongkat Ali will do it, and also boost your testosterone and your hormones. Come on, man.
I am 100% serious because Shayne is, I will say this fucking full-throated, a brilliant marketing strategist. Now, granted, I think that what he is doing and the way he is marketing is highly immoral, but it's marketing.
I mean, look, man, if being able to look at breaking, shocking news and then segueing to the importance of detoxing when we have a literal chemical assault on humanity with the heavy metals and the pesticides and all this stuff that's in the food, air, and water supply. If that's brilliant, I don't know. My thing is that what else are we doing? Are we going to sit here talking about 9/11 and Bohemian Grove and Michelle Obama, and while we're sitting here with massive amounts of phthalates and toxic chemicals in our system? Let's get detoxing, dude. Like Jack, for example, Jack on YouTube, he's like super combative, right? He's like, this is fucking bullshit, man. But Jack, did you know? And again, I didn't hear any rebuttal about what I mentioned to him, which was that, you know, there's all the stuff we're talking about. You've never done a deep dive on. You don't really know what's going on, respectfully, man. But did he know? Does he know? Jack, do you know that fluoride, which is in the water that you drink and have drank your entire life, increases docility? You become more docile and apathetic. Is it a random chance that a potentially nefarious control system is putting a chemical in the water that makes you docile? Shocking, man. Shocking.
It doesn't have to be moral. You must be doing pretty damn good because he makes upwards of 3 videos every single day, and all of them are promoting supplements. This company, the company he's promoting, cock.com, cock.com, don't cock.com, although it might help with your fertility, I don't know. Now, I didn't look much into this company because frankly, you know, hearing a sales pitch for this one supplement, it gets rid of fluoride and heavy metals and pesticides, and it increases testosterone in men, and it increases estrogen in women, and it'll make you capital F fuck, is all I need to hear to smell snake oil about 1,000 miles away.
Remember, we have dozens of clinical studies, lab tests, heavy metal tests, wildcrafted certifications all over the site that are completely verified, by the way. I understand the initial connotation with anyone promoting something that's good for you on Instagram is, whoa, that's snake oil, man. I do understand that. I know. I mean, he just put it into a video, but I've been reading that comment ever since I first started talking about taking superfoods, 100%. But Chalk is a very science-based company and has all kinds of scientific studies, clinical studies, and lab tests, which is freaking awesome. Well, exactly, Nikki. I know, Nikki. That is true.
Away. So I'm not looking into this company much because frankly, I don't.
Ray made a joke and said, the water is making us submissive and the frogs were right. So Ray is kind of making a joke about the frog thing, which Ray, let me ask you this, Ray. And I love this, by the way, guys. This is not like draining. Ray, are you aware of the man Tyrone Hayes, who was a scientist who worked for Syngenta, which made atrazine, and they paid him to study the effects of atrazine. And in the frog tank that he put the atrazine in, the male frogs stopped being able to reproduce, and the male frogs, their testicles disappeared, and they grew ovaries, and it made them hermaphrodites. This is a real scientific study. There is a TED talk on it. And this chemical, atrazine, is in 90% of North Americans' bloodstreams now at a higher rate, at a higher percentage than what was put into the tank of frogs that made them reverse their gender. So I understand the joke about frogs and all that, but it is a actually pretty serious issue. That frogs, it's the canary in the coal mine. Hairball said, "We aren't frogs, dude." Whoa. Whoa. Holy shit, I never thought about that, Hairball. Fuck. We aren't frogs. Hairball, man. Oh, jeez. You took a huge blue pill, man. Holy shit. How many doses of the blue pill did you take, man? Yes, we are not amphibians. Let me ask you this genuinely, okay? Genuinely, Mr. Where do you go here? Genuinely, Mr. Fricking, where did he go now? Got buried. Whoever said we aren't frogs, let me ask you genuinely, do you think that a chemical that reverses the gender of frogs, and then that chemical being in the food and water supply, could be a cause for concern? Let's start there. We will start there.
Don't give a shit. But the one thing that is worth mentioning about this company, cock.com, I shouldn't keep saying that because since people are going to do it, they're going to be like, Milo, you're contributing to people's delinquency. So what? Maybe I am. Okay, wait, stop. But the one thing that is worth mentioning about this company, chalk.com, is that on the front page of their website is a pre-workout called Chad Mode. It costs, I wish I was kidding, $69, and it has the...
That's actually if you subscribe to it. If you get it one time, it's $99, and with no code, it's $99. Again, that's free to the next person who goes and gets a male or female stack at chalk.com with the code 26life. So not only are you getting a 26% off lifetime discount on the male or female stack, but you're getting a free $69 to $99 Chad mode included in your order free. Freaking smoking, shocking deal. You will be absolutely stoked. Shout out to Lemons as well. Lemons, I know you're sitting there like this, dude. You're sitting there rubbing your hands together like, wait till he gets to the part. Wait till he gets to the part. We're getting there, buddy. We got a whole lot of time left to discuss, man. Yeah, we aren't rats, and they do studies on them too. Exactly, Nikki. It's the cringiest thing to say, we aren't frogs. We aren't rats. Well, why do they do studies on rats? To get an idea of what would happen to humans. Shocking, man.
The tagline, bring the thunder. Now, fellas, I gotta let you in on a little secret. I can tell you with confidence that just simply by looking at this image, I could feel my testosterone bubbling. You'll be oozing with testosterone. While I had my lap...
Dude, the site is surging right now, by the way. Everyone's on the site right now. Hold on a second. Hold on a sec. Dude, this is fucking awesome. People are learning that there's a natural energy drink that has organic caffeine in it and detoxes chemicals and contaminants from your body. This is an absolute freaking win, man. Even if a lot of people are looking at it going, a healthy thing? What the hell's the matter with these guys, man? Will, I don't need, I hear you, man, but we'll keep going. That Corona is not helping, though, I will say, in regards to the contamination of mainstream beers and whatnot. They got all kinds of glyphosate in them.
Laptop open to this page, my cat looked at it, and her balls grew back. And she didn't even have balls in the first place. In fact, I even grew a third testicle. I even grew a second testicle. Okay, now, wow, we are really fucking off script here. Now, I will get back to the whole supplement thing in a little bit. Believe me, there's a lot to be said on it. But the last thing that I want us to look at is the comment.
Sorry, Walking Skin. Walking Skin, have you heard of Rumble? I've mentioned several times we're live on Rumble with almost 9,000 people watching right now. YouTube is like the if you heard about the royal family had a secret, like, developmentally delayed, I'll stop. But you guys heard that one about the what's going on in the royal family, and there's like this twin sister or some sister that was delayed and they kept her anyway. My point is that YouTube is not where we focus our energy. We're streaming on YouTube, we're streaming on Rumble, but our real stream is on Rumble. So shout out to what's his face? Yeah, oh, there he is. Where did he go now? Hairball. Shout out to Hairball or the other guy. Yeah, Kelly, we'll do a full deep dive on pyramid hats 100%. Shout out to Derek, man. Lemons, you're just eager, eh? Borsch said, I've been watching this since the beginning. Shayne, I'm a geologist at 25 years, and your work is holy nonsense. You know what's funny, Borsch? You may not believe, or rather subscribe to, the mention of differences in geology, but I know we can agree on one thing. Borscht. First thing, borscht is a great dish. We love borscht over here, man. It's freaking amazing. If you guys make a real borscht, you'll know what I'm talking about. But one thing we can agree on, borscht, which is, by the way, the videos about geology make up about 1% of the videos I've made. The much larger focus of my page is about the fact that chemical companies are contaminating the food, air, and water supply, and that they have immunity, and that they're passing laws to make them immune to any type of lawsuit, and that agrochemical companies and biotech companies are putting a complete chokehold on the food supply, which is nefarious. And all this other crazy shit is going on in our world, which is restricting our ability to not only express ourselves freely or be able to have, for example, an organic farm, which they are literally waging war against 100%. But that's what we talk. I mean, dude, Borscht, we just found out that they're spraying Dicot in Massachusetts and Connecticut in dozens of lakes and rivers, which is 200 times as toxic as glyphosate. We can agree on that might not be the best thing, can't we, Mr. Borscht? Me neither, Nikki. Well, exactly, Serrana. Shout out to Copper Rock. He said, day 31 of chalk, I got my 100 plus push-ups every day. Copper, chill, man. Shout out to Copper Rock, man. Shout out to Hairball, who doesn't know how to grow fucking cilantro, and he's talking about... Oh, man. The blue pill, man. Holy cripers. Listen, I don't mean to be... Listen, shout out to Ray. Shout out to all of these guys on YouTube right now. I just want to acknowledge, and then we'll press play here, that there's a lot going on with the food, air, and water supply that many of us, specifically the guys roasting my content, are not aware of. And if they were, they would see there's a bigger thing to focus on here than discussing or talking about Did you know there's 500 patents? No, but my mind is made up already. Get up to Copper Rock, man. Okay, let's keep listening.
For this holotype video. So reminder, just bringing it back to center, these are comments on the video about Supertramp doing 9/11. All right, take out your pencils again, because I want you to note down the 3 types of comments that we can expect to see on these videos. The first one comes from this guy, which is a hilarious comment telling Shayne to listen to the logical song from this album. I guarantee you, if you know any song from this album, it is that one. This is a hilarious dig at Shayne saying something that is completely just fucking crazy, and this guy saying, you should listen to this because what are you saying?
Just so you guys know too, and this is a little bit unfortunate because I'm not trying to roast Minuteman at all, but one of his shorts he did, his second last short that he did, was roasting a guy whose entire page was satire. And he took this guy's video that was total satirically derived and reacted to it genuinely and roasted this guy who was a satire video. So my point is that it's all about rolling with the punches, man. Shout out to Arkham, man. You didn't show any evidence to debunk it. To debunk what, Paratus?
The first category of comment is ones where people say things like this. They have absolutely no problem calling the bullshit, and they are like, dude, what? Now the second category, and one that I find unfortunately to be the most prolific on many of his videos, are comments like these. These are the category of people that just fully believe in what it is that he's saying. And these kind of fall into two categories. They're the ones that are really pissed off, like productive programming at its finest. Guys, you know,
You know what, man? Someone misspelled predictive. Let's make a fucking federal case out of it, man. Come on. Yeah, exactly, Bohemian. Exactly, man.
It really hurts to be just another woke sheep that has been, you know, ingrained with the productive programming to think that Supertramp didn't do 9/11. And the second category of believer is sort of like the...
You know, I see that connotation too when we have stuff about, for example, George Bush, right? And just so you know, hold on a second. Lemon, shut the front door for a second, dude. Lemon, here's something you didn't know. Okay, Lemon? Here's something guaranteed has never pierced your awareness. On 9/10, on September 10th, there was 4 times as many short options as long options on average on American Airlines and United Airlines stocks. The day before 9/11, 4 times as many options traders or options trades were set to short, in other words, to bet on the markets going down for American Airlines and United Airlines, which indicates at the very least criminal foreknowledge of the attacks. But what I notice people do, and look up, fucking fact check that one, dude. What also people do, though, is that when Bush is considered to be an insider or knew about 9/11, etc., people say falsely that Bush did 9/11. That's a false dichotomy. Supertramp's album, which was curated by the producers, which absolutely are involved in some seriously shocking stuff, does not indicate that the artists who made the music knew or did 9/11. So that's one thing that people are not really vibrationally detecting, you could say. Okay, Jack, I guess we'll do a Shaynevibes Finance Live. Yes, people do short stocks. It's called options trading, and you can indeed sell stocks without owning them. It's a function of the financial instrument. You can bet on the markets going down, and 4 times as many betting on the markets going down options trades were taken the day before 9/11, which again, criminal foreknowledge of the attacks. Clearly, people haven't watched Loose Change, 2nd edition, Judy Wood, Where Did the Towers Go? Again, this escapes most people's perception, man.
thing that is so esoteric, I almost don't even really know what it means. We live in a holographic fractal universe. Within it is a timeline that is also fractal. Every event and experience in our history shapes and pieces together our future. Being real, guys, that's actually quite beautiful, and I feel like reading it out loud slowly now, I actually understand it for the first time. However, I have no idea what it has to do with Supertramp doing 9/11. Again, the final one that we need to talk about is one that has a little bit more gravity, and that is this comment. So, this comment is referring to the waitress holding the glass of orange juice on the album art. Now, for those of you that don't spend your time sifting through the most just fucking horrible places in the depths of the internet, you may not be familiar with what this means. In this case, the juice box emoji is a stand-in for the word Jews. The implication here being this album cover is also confirming that Jews did 9.
Dude, I hope he's not inferring that I have some control over what's commented on in the comment section of my freaking Instagram account when I'm posting, as he said himself. He said 5, but many days more posts a day. I'm not combing through freaking comments. Well, Derek, I'm not really paying attention. I have a service that on all the platforms that I'm streaming on right now, all of the comments are coming through the one chat window on my screen. So it's not like I'm like Lemons. He says you bought some viewers. Lemons, you know I have like a fair following on Instagram, right? And for the last 4 or 5 months, I've been telling people to come to Rumble. I don't even think you can buy followers, or rather viewers. I'm sure there probably is a way, actually, but no, to answer your question, dude, no, I didn't buy followers. And no, Shirola, of course, you're much more than just you guys are leaders, really. I mean, yeah, so anyway. So he's inferring that, and again, I didn't even see this comment, and I had to hear it from him first. I didn't even know that was used that way. To infer, listen to what he says here.
9/11. We got that thing happening. This also has 32 likes, which is quite a lot compared to the other comments on this video and for how many views this video has. That is not great. And so that's the third and final category of comment that we'll see. And thankfully, it's not like really common, but I gotta say, there are some comments on Shayne's videos that I have noticed disproportionately compared to most other conspiracy accounts that I've seen that have some really gross stuff in them. As a creator, if I was making videos and found that a lot of the people commenting on them were using what I was saying to support pre-existing anti-Semitic beliefs and stereotypes, that would be my cue as a creator to be like, whoa, let's take a big fucking step back here and figure...
You know, he's inferring that I was aware of, on that video in particular, there was, I think, over 6,000 comments. I can tell you guys, as much as I love to engage and go live and discuss with you guys, I do not and cannot and am physically incapable of keeping track of comments, especially when posting over 10 videos a day. So this is the one part of the video someone sent me a clip of that I was kind of like, what? Dude, like, I was watching his stream. Like I said, the first 20 minutes of this stream I actually caught live, or this premiere. And someone tipped him $5. And in the tip of the, whatever they call it, a gift or whatever, they wrote a whole paragraph talking complete smack about Israel at the specific part of this video where he's talking about that comment with the juice box. And so you're not in control of who comments what on your post. And furthermore, You know, it's just shocking, man. Obviously, we disavow the anti-Semitism. What also is funny, if you know anything about architecture, the towers were built in a shitty way that would cause them to collapse inwards if significant weight or damage were done to the center. Well, Jack, if talking about fluoride and inside jobs results to that, I mean, let's just back up, man. Let's keep listening.
Figure out what I'm saying that could be interpreted like that. We're going to get into this one more because unfortunately there's more comments like this as we get into it, but I want to just kind of prepare you for that one because it's there and it was in the holotype specimen. So, and you might learn a new dog whistle. So keep an eye out for that one. It's a fun one. So that gives us a pretty good vibe on what Shayne's videos are like, the typical story beats. They'll vary a little bit, plus minus on either side from here, but this is the general gist of it. So with all that rambling out of the way, let's start to get into this and talk about how we're going to handle Shayne.
So we have Lemon on YouTube who says, Jesus, 2 hours for 32 minutes. Lemons, let me ask you something genuinely, vibrationally, and positively. What the fuck are you doing on a YouTube stream? We're getting close to midnight. What are you doing watching a stream? Like you're eager. You're used to TikTok, the quick dopamine, the smack of this dopamine hitting your neural receptors. Like, get to the point, man. Get to the point. And what you don't know is that does make me want to just keep discussing a little bit more and kind of get to, you know, other thoughts on the video. We're probably going to end up doing 2 parts. You're right. If we made it only 36 minutes into this, we might have to do another stream tomorrow, man. Shout out to Aloha. He said he likes Putin and the Russians too. Well, Aloha, Putin took Shilajit. Putin took Shilajit and takes Shilajit, and the Russian military secretly studied Shilajit for all throughout the Cold War because it reduced combat fatigue, it boosted energy levels massively, and it increases memory, concentration, and focus. The fact that you can take a natural adaptogen that does that, and it's not banned yet, like they've banned Tonkat Ali in Europe, is freaking shocking, man. The next 2 people who get a single supplement at chalk.com and they add it to their cart and they apply the coupon code 26life, you get a 26% off lifetime discount, and you'll get a free $60 bottle of the Chalk 7 Wonders included in your order, which is the adaptogenic mushroom blend from Chalk that has chaga, lion's mane, turkey tail, cordyceps, oyster, reishi, and maitake mushrooms. Chaga itself is believed to decalcify the pineal gland. Super freaking detoxing. And the next person to get a male or female stack with that code 26life gets a free Chad mode included in their order. The organic blue spirulina, organic caffeine, cold water extracted from green coffee beans. You're going to feel like $1 million taking the Chad mode, and it's free if you get a male or female stack. Make sure you apply that coupon code 26life to get the discount. And again, that subscription can be canceled or modified at any time. Just keep in mind the clinically studied benefits are based on consistent consumption over 90 days. The issue is that when you do end up replying, you dodged or talk. Hamza, let me know what point or what this, that, or the other that I dodged around. I think we've acknowledged and discussed 36 minutes of the video so far. That's right, Nikki. Exactly, Nikki. Hairball, the only chalk supplement, I wouldn't say for babies per se, the only chalk product that that we can say that anyone under the age of 18 could take is the organic heirloom cacao from Bolivia. And that's heavy metal tested. It's super detoxing and delicious. It stimulates stem cell production. It boosts oxytocin production. That one under 18ers can consume. It's a food product. But whereas the minerals, the tonkat, the Irish moss, even though the Irish moss is kind of a food product too, because it's encapsulated and in a supplement, we have to say it's intended for healthy adults, not youngins. You know what I mean? Although I'm sure, you know, I do wonder about, it's just that the requirements rather. Should I do Schloot? Yeah, exactly, Shloop. Exactly, man. Okay, let's keep listening.
I hate to keep invoking Philip Ziba, because this isn't his video. This isn't about him. But since he's the only other video that I've done like this, he's kind of my benchmark. And, you know, he's got a soft spot in my heart and my skull. But at the end of the day, I gotta hand it to the kid. He was a tough nut to crack. He did an awful lot of yapping that required a lot of fucking research and heavy lifting in order to be able to debunk it. There we go. That is not the case with Shayne. Philip put a lot of work into his videos. Even if the quality of the information was pretty terrible, the quality of the videos was pretty good. This is not the case with Shayne. And lastly, Philip, in his response video to me, mentioned the fact that he's not making any money off this, which is something I'm now more inclined to believe. Shayne is.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
So, safe to say.
Holy shit. A guy who talks about GMOs and fluoride and heavy metals and pesticides promotes organic, clinically studied, and lab verified superfoods. Dude, you know what, man? I could, and I think he would agree with this as well. I could make a video and be like, whoa, this guy exposes conspiracy theorists and sells stickers and sweaters. Is that... Yeah, Nikki, exactly. Whoa, are you promoting a fertility booster that's natural and clinically studied? Holy shit skis, man. Absolutely shocking. Who said that thing about, hold on a second, where is, someone commented, I think it was Schloot. Oh yeah, some girl filmed herself. Oh geez, Serrano, that's freaking crazy. But yeah, Selena, it's like, whoa. Whoa. A solution. The guy talks about GMOs and then how to boost your DNA with a natural adaptogen. Shocking. Shout out to Hamza. Man, Hamza, the way the deal works is the next two people who go to chalk.com and you add any supplement to your cart and you apply the coupon code 26life, you get a 26% off lifetime discount, which you can cancel or modify at any time. And automatically you're going to get a free 7 Wonders included in your order, which is a $60 value organic, wildcrafted and organic adaptogenic mushroom blend, which you get included in your order. And if you get a male or female stack with that code, 26% off lifetime discount, and you get a free Chad mode included in your order as well. Next single person, we have one Chad mode to give away. Next person who gets a male or female stack gets a free Chad mode in their freaking order. Shocking. First come, first serve. Yeah, I know it is. I always laugh at this, man. Like, whoa, why are you promoting like an organic supplement on your page, man? And I'm not even chirping him. I'm talking about more the comments. Yes, it is a lovely, literally humbling, gratitude-filled vibration to be able to wake up and make a video on a superfood that changes people's lives. Yes. Yes, we will double down on that. 100%.
This situation is quite a bit different. With Philip, I addressed my video directly to him. I told him that I thought the core of his content was pretty good and was trying to steer him in a direction to be able to improve it. If anything, Philip kind of came across as having a little bit of an indignant lack of self-awareness, which I can be sympathetic towards. And I hate to say it, but I don't think any of that is the case with Shayne. Like, at some point in there, I have to feel like you make a conscious decision where you go like, am I really doing this? Both the supplement...
The top-rated supplement company on Trustpilot. 5,000 third-party verified 5-star reviews. Changing lives. You know how many dozens, literally dozens, of children who have been born from parents who have taken chalk, who were previously said to be infertile. We are absolutely changing lives and boosting vitality. And if you want to talk about Nikola Tesla, boosting vibrational frequencies, man. This is freaking amazing. This is the best thing that's happened in a long time.
Peddling combined with sort of the general lack of quality leads me to view Shaynevibes Truth as a bit more of like just a conspiracy slop account. And it kind of hurts me to say that. I think that it's a pretty, even for someone like this, truly, because I do think it's, as a creator, it's a pretty fucking harsh thing to call something a slop account. But Shayne's videos are sort of a dime a dozen scattershot of a million different conspiracy theories, seemingly to cast a really broad net of a lot of very paranoid and potentially gullible people with the purpose of pulling them in to...
I would hate to describe my audience as gullible. Gullible is going to school, the modern education system, which was founded by the Prussian military system of making efficient factory workers, and not questioning any of that. So gullible is buying the story that you're told since you first got into the mainstream education system, which, by the way, the mainstream system also told you that thalidomide was safe, that DDT was safe, that lead paint was safe, that atrazine and glyphosate were safe. Every single product that has been recalled, like Vioxx, which killed 80,000 Americans. This is my point about this video. I'm glad it's out there, but I would say that a 2-hour video exposing the pharmaceutical giant Merck for approving a pharmaceutical which literally killed 80,000 Americans may be more worthy of a exposure, or to do an exposure on, than what, you know? So anyone who has a problem with us discussing this stuff, calling it gullible, if you were in 2015 and you said that Vioxx is unfortunate, you'd be considered, you're paranoid, man. Rest in peace for the 80,000 Americans who perished from an approved pharmaceutical that was considered to be safe and effective. And then 80,000 people perished from consuming it. Anyone who has any inkling of an issue with anything I've ever posted doesn't come anywhere close to what that company did, and is not really getting exposed. And I can tell you that if he made a 2-hour video on Merck, it wouldn't be on YouTube. It wouldn't be on Instagram. You want to go after Big Pharma, dude? Good fucking luck, buddy. That's my point. Paranoid. I wouldn't call you guys paranoid. I wouldn't call you gullible. You're reading the writing on the wall is what you're doing. 80,000, dude. A small city. Innocence. Shocking, man. And the woman who worked for Merck, and this is a story that no one knows, and I know that guys like Jack on YouTube will never look this up in a million fucking years. But if you look up that girl's name that I just posted in the chat, and you hear what she went through and what happened to her for exposing the company that she worked for, which is a major pharmaceutical company, and how she is dead now at 40 2 years old from mysterious circumstances, that is worthy of a 2-hour video. But again, I'm happy this is being posted, but I just want people to kind of expand their consciousnesses here, because worse things have been discussed than me promoting a superfood on a video of a deception, a grand deception. Lord Farquaad. Lord Farquaad, my point is that when people come here with these preconceived notions, oh, like this guy's an idiot, like he's talking about conspiracies, but you don't even know who Brandy Vaughn is. You don't know who conspired against her. In fact, this is the funny thing. What is a conspiracy? Conspiracy is the nefarious organization and plotting against a group or population or several people, whatever you want to, you know. Is it too far-fetched to fathom or perceive that organizations with immense power would conspire to gain more power? That's where we're at. Is it too far-fetched to think that organizations with immense power would conspire for more power? That's all I'm going to say.
Sell supplements and courses and, you know, whatever else. For all of these reasons combined, I will only really be addressing the very end of this video to Shayne. I'll give some pointers on how I think he could direct his energy and his passions in hopes that he'll, you know, take his channel in a better direction. But because of the state and sort of ethos of this channel at present, I'm more inclined to use this as a teaching tool than as an appeal to Shayne's morality. Because making money off of 9/11 conspiracy theories by selling supplements is fucking disgusting. I'm not trying to say that as, like, again, like a browbeat here. That's just kind of the way it is. Descending down that, at least to me, kind of feels like you put a fucking electromagnet under the moral compass. When I went to the Society
The connection was that, and as even Mrs. Where does she go here? Ray, is that the deception around that particular event extends to today and what's going on in the food, air, and water supply. So I would post. In fact, that video did well. I'll probably fucking repost that one, man. And if you notice too, I was careful not to say Supertramp was behind 9/11. That's fact checkable. I'm not going to say that. Look at this interesting thing. Make your own discernment. And if you want to detox, you're freaking good, man. We got superfoods for you.
Society for American Archaeology conference, I met a woman there whose dad was really into Alex Jones while she was growing up. And her dad apparently fell for it like hook, line, and sinker, everything he said. And InfoWars, Alex Jones' show, follows a very specific beat. Scare the living shit out of people, make them think there's a boogeyman, whatever it may be. Make them think the entire world is out to get them and everything in their reality is a lie, and then sell them supplements. This woman, now an adult, has...
Notice that because, let me say this, because Alex Jones is deplatformed and his comments are not allowed to be shared, like you can't really post a video of Alex Jones on YouTube. Like he's been deplatformed, right? So no one in their right mind would look like, or would want to rather, post clips of Alex Jones. But if he did, there's many predictions / discussions that Jones has made, which have come to fruition. And has, you know, you could say been forecasted. So, and I'm not even, the first level is Alex Jones is like this crazy conspiracy theorist. The second level is, wow, Alex Jones is dope. Third level is, Alex Jones, is he controlled? Is he a disinformation agent? You know, shocking. Hold on a second here. Okay, hold on a sec.
All sorts of health problems that she attributes to the supplements that her dad made her take when she was a kid because he was watching Alex Jones. Now, in at least my eyes, there is no comparison whatsoever to be made between the ethical, the morality of Shayne and fucking Alex Jones. But the reason I tell this story is because, one, it's a pretty similar beat, and two, this can actually harm people. Again, I don't know anything about these supplements, and I'm not a fucking health nut. I'm not looking into it. Someone else should, though. I encourage it. But
Dude, I would love for, I can tell you, you'll never see a video from like CoffeeZilla, quote unquote, exposing chalk, because as soon as he would look into the clinical studies, the lab tests, the certifications, the verifications, scientific studies, and all that, he'd come to the conclusion that it is legit, 100%. Shout out to Ray, man. Yeah, Ray, we'll get you a free chat mode. Ray, if you get a male or female stack with that code 26life, we'll throw in a free $100 tub of freaking chat mode. If you're the first person, anyway. A bunch of people are on the site right now. Yeah. Well, Swag, he was careful to not say that chalk is like a scam, but he said that he knows this girl who her dad made her take Alex Jones's supplements, which I literally don't know really anything about. I think a long time ago I bought his mushroom coffee once in like 2014. But he was careful not to say chalk is a scam. But he said that he inferred that it could be because of the fact that we make videos on shocking events and then promote natural detox and boosting brain function and fertility. So I understand. But it's just shocking because if he did do as much research as he did allegedly on my posts into chalk, he probably would have excerpted this out of it and just been like, oh, the guy like promotes a lot of supplements. Like, he's a fucking idiot. You know, rather than inferring that it could be some type of scheme, you know. Shout out to Fallen Scout. Literal snake oil would be oil extracted from a snake, whereas the Tomcat 100, for example, from chalk, is a certified wild-crafted root extract from a plant that grows in the chemical-free Malaysian rainforest. So we have a certified wild-crafted adaptogen here. Would be hard to classify that as the oil from a snake. Hold on a second.
But a little alarm bell goes off in my head when it's not, you know, like a doctor selling me medicine. It's a guy on Instagram talking about 9/11. So I'm not inclined to believe that this is something that is necessarily good for your health, and as we've seen in other examples, could actually be detrimental to your health. It probably the most likely option, at least just a fucking waste of money that goes to him or Alex Jones, you know? So anyway, all of that is to say that I'm not super inclined to be very charitable towards Shayne because he is exhibiting what I at least view as immensely predatory behavior. So anyway, in this video, while we do our debunks and our riffing...
Again, I could see why someone says, whoa, you talked about 9/11 and promoted a superfood? But at the same time, if you want to talk about immensely predatory, he already has mentioned that he knows that Monsanto and Bayer and all this, wait till he finds out what those companies are doing and where he pays his taxes to and where that's going. You want to talk about immensely predatory? A guy talking about 9/11 being an inside job and then promoting a superfood on it is not even in the same fucking galaxy as what these chemical companies and even pharmaceutical companies are up to, really. But I can understand on a surface level, it's like, whoa, like you used like 9/11, like this tragedy to like promote this thing that like you profit from. It's like, well, to help people and use a shocking, jarring video, mention that there's another angle to it that's not discussed. And hey, if you want to detox, here you go. I see that as I put it this way. Any transaction, who benefits? K Bono, right? Someone who buys the Shilajit, for example, and starts detoxing the phthalates, the heavy metals, the pesticides, the herbicides, and the fluoride and all this stuff, and boosts their fertility and their endocrine system and their memory and their concentration and their focus, they benefit. It's amazing, man. Really. Let's see.
And even bring on a couple surprise guests. I want us all to keep in mind that this video is a lot less about the debunks and is a lot more a case study into accounts like this. And in doing that, help you steer your friends and family away from media outlets that are trying to profit off of their outrage. Okay, holy fuck, I cannot believe that was the preamble to this fucking video. I'm like H Bomber Guy, except I actually make videos. All right, in preparation for this video, I gleaned over Shayne's content. I took my favorite videos and I put them in a folder on my desktop called Shayne's List of Atrocities. I then broke those videos down into 3 categories: pseudo-archaeology, young earth creationism, and miscellaneous insanity. I then decided to split this video into 2 parts, and potentially a 3rd video on the miscellaneous insanity, because believe me, there's a lot of it. But that's only if you guys actually like these ones and can stomach more of it, so we'll see at the end. Jesus, after all that, I have to start talking about young earth creationism now? I'm ready to go to bed. Good lord. Costume change, boom. Scene change, boom. How the fuck am I gonna set this up? What am I doing here? Does this work as a table? Yeah, that seems safe. Maybe we don't do.
Wow, look what Nikki said. My condolences, Nikki, and your mother is the lawsuit rather is in. A lot of people are involved in that lawsuit. Unless if it's not a class action, then I might not know. But what I mean is there's serious class actions against Monsanto right now for all that stuff, and that's why people were concerned about the new immunity laws that are being passed, where you can't sue these chemical companies if you become ill from their contaminants and whatnot. It's freaking shocking, man. Rest in power. That's right, Swiglord.
Do that. Got it. Wow, yeah, I don't think there's anything better for this video actually than this. And then I can put my drink on here. Fuck, this is awesome. That room. And frankly, I don't know what the fuck would make you guys ever think that I'd be exposed to anything harmful in this room. Okay, Shayne doesn't understand geology. It's honestly kind of surprising to me how many conspiracy theories are hinged on people not understanding geology. Like so many different conspiracies from so many different categories. Giant footprints, it's all people just not understanding geology. Most out-of-place artifacts are people just not understanding geology. Even the very first video that I ever did here on YouTube on the melted buildings theory was just based on a guy not understanding.
You know, I'd love to see the a debunk on hold on a second. Yeah, Jack, hey man. We're preaching to the frickin' choir here. The fact that the chemical companies lobbied the government to make a law so that they cannot be sued if people get sick from their products is shocking. There's no, I mean, how do you look at that as anything other than you want to talk about predatory? That right there is something else, man. Here's something for the new people who just joined as well. Stand by.
A peer-reviewed study published last Friday documented 55 undeclared chemical elements which have been detected in the COVID gene therapy technology from brands Pfizer, Moderna, AstraZeneca, CanSino, Sinopharm, and Sputnik V, including several toxic elements such as aluminum, titanium, arsenic, lead, and uranium. The researchers have deduced that the COVID gene therapy technology injections are part of a secret worldwide nanotechnological experimentation program. These crimes against humanity have still gone unanswered, and we do not know what the intended outcome of it all was. So at this point, we can only guess. Optogenetics was selected as Method of the Year in 2010 by Nature Video.
Scientists can switch on cells in this mouse's brain simply by switching on a light. The light activates nerve cells, which make the animal walk in circles. This neat trick is also a powerful new tool. Using light to control the behavior of cells is teaching us about everything from how we wake up to how we learn. This is optogenetics. It's the ability to target specific neurons in living, moving animals that makes this technique so powerful. In this fly, a different light-sensitive system is used to target just 2 out of 200,000 neurons. These neurons govern an escape response, the reflex that makes the fly flee as you move in to swat it. Here, a flash of light activates the neurons, making the fly jump and spread its wings. It can't take off because it's trapped in a petri dish. These mouse heart cells have been engineered to beat in time to pulses of light.
In optogenetics, what we're doing is we're putting molecules that convert light into electricity into neurons, the cells of the brain. Then when we shine light on those neurons, light gets converted into electricity and allows us to turn on or off those cells. The goal here is to find a way to control the electrical activity in some cells and not others in the network. To do that, we had to turn to the natural world. It turns out that throughout all the kingdoms of life, in plants and funguses and bacteria and so on, you can find photosynthetic or photosensory molecules that convert light into electricity. So we borrowed these molecules from nature, and then using tricks from the field of gene therapy, we can put them into neurons. Now, these molecules can convert light to electricity, and they do it just in the neurons that we want to control, and not all their neighbors. So we can deliver these molecules to some cells and not others, and then we shine light on the network, we can turn on or off that subset of the cells. If we can turn on or off a set of cells that's embedded within this dense matrix, we can figure out how do they contribute to a behavior. For example, if we can turn on a set of cells, we can figure out what kinds of behaviors can it initiate. If we can turn off a set of cells, then we can delete it momentarily and figure out what it's necessary for. So far, optogenetics has had a lot of impact in the scientific world. but it hasn't been used in any human patients yet. There are a couple reasons why. One is that it requires a gene therapy to deliver the gene that encodes for these light-activated molecules into the body. Currently in the US, there are no FDA-approved gene therapies.
That was the problem 10 years ago, but the COVID-19 pandemic gave these mad scientists an excuse to inject billions of humans with a mysterious cocktail of nanotech. And researchers at La Quinta Columna have pointed out the possible relationship between the injections and the invisible light, which is constantly flashing from our mobile phones. We are told that this is for facial recognition, but how can we trust the official narrative when it's coming from transhumanist mass murderers? Reporting for InfoWars, this
KD said, Shayne, next time the trolls overwhelm the chat, just play some Reese Report videos. It repels the trolls like bug spray. Well, dude, I know it's that's pretty far out for them, but this far exceeds. Off genetics has been a thing for 30 years and has barely gotten past any experimental stages. Okay, let me ask you this, Fallen Scout. Are you aware of the former Bush advisor who has come out and said that they have spent trillions of dollars building deep underground military bases? And do you think that you are told the full story? Because let me ask you this, Fallen Scout. Surely you know about Stan Meyer, right? Stanley Meyer from Ohio. He made the water-powered fuel cell that can make a car run on water entirely. He was a single person working out of his garage on a shoestring budget and was able to make a water-powered car. What do you think is capable or is possible in deep underground military bases with boards of scientists and unlimited budgets? They've barely gotten past the experimental stage. Says who? Them? Are you buying their story? Yeah, that's true, Aloha. I remember that too. That was freaking shocking, man. Damn, is Rumble down or something? MK Ultra never worked. Damn, Fallen Scout. What it would be like to go back and believe that. Dude, I think like Rumble on my phone too is not loading. Hold on a second. It's not down. Okay, there we go. Yeah, okay, now it's working. It's not loading here though. Oh, there we go. Okay. Not all of the documents. Fallen Scout, don't you think it would be a little bit naive to believe that every single document in regards to MK Ultra have been released? Who told you to buy the official story of anything you're told, man? We know everything about MK Ultra. It didn't work. We have the studies. Who told you to believe that, man? It's ridiculous. You think these intelligence agencies are going to tell the masses about what's really going on?
The Reese Report is now fully funded by my Substack subscribers. Subscribe today and support my work at gregreese.substack.com. Endgame warned us of the coming North American Union as a stealth, incremental step towards a one-world government.
It is a big idea.
Fallen, I'm definitely other than running, dude. I'm sitting here. Here, I'll keep the camera on for you, buddy.
Yeah. A new world order.
President Bush said that the New World Order was in tune, and that's what they were working for. The UN is part of that government. They're working right now very significantly for a North American Union. That's why there's a lot of people in Washington that don't care too much about our borders.
Then you think these people work on what I call systemic methodology, meaning that you take a pie, just imagine you take an apple pie and you slice this apple pie into lots of very small pieces, and you put in front of each one of these pieces your man or woman of trust. And by controlling this individual, you control an entire organization, and that's how you control, with very, very small power base, an entire global population of 6 billion people.
For over 50 years, the Bilderberg Group constructed the European Union by stealth under the guise of trade deals. Now the elite are using the same secretive program to complete the North American Union. The Bilderberg Group would later admit that their mission was the formation of the EU. Once the EU was established, under the guise of trade deals, a North American Union and Asian Union would be formed. The three interlocking superstates form the core of the global government. From September 12th to September 14th in Banff, Canada, hundreds of elected and appointed government leaders from Canada, Mexico, and the United States met in secret. The Judicial Watch Foundation submitted Freedom of Information Act requests to obtain the full agenda and minutes of the secret assembly. Many federal agencies refused, citing national security. The foundation finally succeeded and did receive thousands of pages of documents. The pages chronicle an already operating.
Dude, Fallen Scout, we've been streaming for 3.5 hours, and whatever we're into, we're going to be watching the rest of the video. We're going to continue watching this video. I wanted to show you guys a few things, because now that we have a bunch of people here who think fluoride is good for you and who think GMOs are excellent for your DNA, this is the type of thing, this entire content is not preferred on YouTube, especially if I had a big channel on YouTube. I know you're commenting on YouTube, you're thinking like, you're able to talk about it now, there's no censorship. Do you remember when, during 2020, when people were saying, hey, you might want to look at some of the ingredients in the vax that every country in the world is vaccinating their people with? That type of content was taken down and was censored. And I guess someone drinking fluoride thinks that that is because it was harmful. But when you silence someone, you don't prove them wrong. You prove that you were afraid of what they had to say. And you're buying the story that it's to keep you safe. And if you are American, please remember, one of your founding fathers said, those who sacrifice freedom for security deserve neither. It's either you have full freedom of speech, and there could be dangers, or you give up your freedom of speech for security to keep you safe. I mean, this is the shocking thing. Really. Hold on a sec. And dude, I will happily, like, I guess you guys, some of you may think like this video about geology and whatnot. This is amazing. This is one of the best possible things that's ever happened since I've been posting on Instagram since 2014 or 2013. This is I'm actually surprised it's taken this long for someone to, hey, what's this guy talking about, man? Why would he think this? It's freaking awesome. He doesn't believe me about geology, and he gets a mainstream geologer onto his freaking channel. Well, of course, they're going to debunk. It's the same thing. You go to Turkey, and there's a fucking giant skull bone in the museum with double rows of teeth, authentic jawbone from a skull that your head would fit inside of. And I know that the mainstream has a debunk. It's fake. You're buying their story, man. Yeah, I know, bang a gong. That is true, man. That is true. 100%. Hold on, where the Sam Dam was I? Oh, that was the moon landing one. Again, I mean, this is news to like a lot of people. That's the shocking thing, man.
Rating North American Union. Transportation, law enforcement, agriculture, regulation, banking, manufacturing, construction, education, immigration, and even the military are being merged with no input from the people or their elected representatives in Congress and Parliament. One of the first items on their agenda was to stress how important it was that their plan, quote, be carried out by stealth. The controllers also talked about exploiting the public's fears of climate change to push a continent-wide tax to fund the new government.
So we're talking about the death of Canada is what's happening in there right now. The death of your sovereignty is happening in there right now. CNN has even reported that these individuals have put out the policy reports through the Council on Foreign Relations that writes their scholarly white papers to end the United States, to end Canada, and to end Mexico.
We went into downtown Ottawa and talked to locals.
By the way, when he came out and said, shout out to Just a Guy on YouTube, man. Welcome to the stream, man. We are streaming on Rumble as well right now. YouTube is kind of like another thing we're streaming on, but really it's Rumble that we stream on. That's where the most viewers are, the most comments as well. But the crazy part is when Trump was saying that we should merge Canada and Greenland and all that and become part of the States, this reeks like the North American Union, which is the plan as part of the New World Order to merge nations under a couple different zones. The European Union, the African Union, we got some Asia unions going on, and the North American Union. And the plan is to consolidate power. And that's what it's all about. And so we will discuss, man. Shout out to Arkham, by the way, man. Dude, Arkham, welcome to the stream, man. Shout out to Arkham. We got tons of people coming over from freaking the Minuteman's video. This is amazing. Really. And shout out to Jack, man. He might come around, guys. You never know.
What's your view on losing Canada's sovereignty?
I like this country to stay as it is, and I love the United States to be there.
Ma'am, what did you say about the American Union?
It's going to end up happening.
When you read human history, when you study it, all you see is elites trying to dominate, subterfuge, Machiavellian backstabbing, and somehow in the last 50 years they convinced Westerners that the government's fine, can do no wrong, trust them. How did this happen?
It's easy to lead sheep.
Without ever mentioning it during his campaign, for obvious reasons, President Trump is now introducing the public to the idea of a North American Union.
Greenland is a wonderful place. We need it for international security. And I'm sure that Denmark will come along. I think it's costing them a lot of money to maintain it, to keep it. The people of Greenland are not happy with Denmark.
So if you're wondering what's going on, we basically have the plan, which was long ago, to merge these countries together. And now we have Trump saying we should merge these countries together. And it's putting the idea out there. What would be the whole issue? What would the whole issue be with a world community if led in a democratic way? That's a very good question. Fallen Scout, surely you're familiar with the saying, absolute power corrupts absolutely. And I can tell you that we already have corruption in all nations. And the idea of dissolving sovereign nations and connecting them to a more consolidated control system, or, for example, the European Union, which makes policies. Listen to this. You live in, let's say, Denmark or Norway, and you vote for whoever politician. But that politician who you voted for is taking advice and implementing policies that were told to them by the European Union, which you didn't vote for. This is exactly what was mentioned in George Orwell's 1984, is unelected bureaucrats that are implementing policies and changes that affect our lives when we didn't vote for them. So this is freaking shocking. That's the problem. But I hear what you're saying. Like, ideally, like, what would be the problem if the world was governed in a democratic way, but under a one world, effectively, government? Yeah, dude, when he's talking, Fallen Scout, look what he said, man. Yes, he will be banned for saying something abhorrent and disgusting in the comments. You are not getting banned, Fallen Scout. You're asking questions, you're chirping, that's fine. Chirp all you want. But when you start saying degenerate stuff like that, you will be banned, yes. I reserve the right to ban a viewer who is watching the live. And I think you guys will respect that. KDHC said he's going to go cry and take a bath of pure fluoride. Well, dude, you wouldn't want to bathe in pure fluoride, man. That is, your skin would friggin' fall off, man. Shout out to Spider-Man on YouTube. We got all kinds of new viewers on YouTube. By the way, I wanted to mention this is probably the last call for this deal. I just sent the link to the chat. The next person who gets a single supplement at chalk.com, they add it to their cart and they apply the code 26life. You get a 26% off lifetime discount, which you can cancel or modify at any time. And automatically, Chalk is going to include a free $60 bottle of the Chalk 7 Wonders in your order, which is the adaptogenic mushroom blend, massively boosts brain function and hormones and energy and detoxification. The chaga is in there as well, which is believed to decalcify the pineal gland. And the next person who gets a single male or female stack gets a free $100 tub of Chad Mode included in their order. $100 Chad Mode included for free to the next person who gets a male or female stack. The male stack has the Chalk Daily, which is clinically studied to boost total testosterone 21% in 90 days, plus sperm count and sperm motility, as Mr. Miniminuteman was talking about, clinically studied to boost fertility. And the second one that's in the male and female stack is the organic ashwagandha, which massively boosts mental clarity, increases melatonin production. You get 1,000 times better sleep while you're taking it. It is lab verified. It is wildcrafted. And the next supplement that's in the female stack is the certified wildcrafted Irish moss, which has the full matrix of minerals, rebuilds your DNA, massively boosts your brain function and your immunity. And it's wildcrafted from Nova Scotia as opposed to being farmed in the Caribbean, which the vast majority of Irish moss is farmed in the Caribbean. Next person to get a male or female stack gets the free $100 tub of Chad Mode included in their order, which is the organic blue spirulina, organic caffeine, cold water extracted from green coffee beans. You will feel like $1 million with a Chad Mode. Free. Next person who gets a male or female stack. Make sure you use that coupon code 26life to unlock the discount as well. And you can cancel or modify your subscription at any time, but keep in mind the clinically studied benefits are based on consistent consumption over 90 days. Well, Fallen Scout said, look at all governmental systems. They have a level of corruption. It's just how human nature works. Minimizing that is the goal of most nations outside of dictatorships and oligarchies. I would love that to be true, but what we're not discussing, and I understand why you'd fully think that, but what we haven't really discussed is this image here. We're talking about governments, which are at the bottom of the pyramid, one step above us. It's the corporations, the big banks, the central banks, the international central banks, and the central bank of central banks, which are pulling the strings. So these guys are going to stop corruption, well, or want to. The whole system is designed in a way that it's not broken, it's designed that way, which is shocking. Yeah, that's true, Katie. Well, dude, when he's talking about his last comment was so cringe, like, I'm not going to read that on my freaking YouTube comments, man. Shout out to Ray. Ray, I'll see you tomorrow, man. Shout out to Ray. And hold on a second. Who else? Yeah, that's true. Exactly, Shirolo. 100%.
You know, I think they're happy with us. We had representatives, my son and representatives went up there 2 weeks ago, and they like us. So we'll see what happens. But Greenland is necessary, not for us, it's necessary for international security. What I'd like to see, Canada become our 51st state. We give them protection.
Sorry. What I was saying is, to Mr. Fallen Scout, is that he said, look, man, I'm not saying that the banks and corporations don't suck, but the U.S. government has intervened several times. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but these guys are down here. When you see them implement this, that, or the other, again, this is who's above them. So whatever, it's like this, for example. Do you remember, what was his name? Larry, the guy who wrote the book about a particular intelligence agency, which may or may not have been involved in trafficking substances that shouldn't be trafficked. And I think his name was actually Gary, not Larry, and it was Gary Webb. And he wrote a book about a particular agency doing something that was a little bit shocking. That same agency is busting the little guy. Trafficking ring here, this, that, or the other there. And that's what we'll see in the media is, hey, we just caught these bad guys. But the institution itself is the biggest trafficker in that regards. So what we see is, yeah, the government might crack down on something here, there, the other, some corruption here, there, and we hear about it in the media. But dude, the very notion of a central bank which controls the nation's currency and uses fractional reserve lending and inflation and interest rates. In fact, you know what we should do? Well, that's true. That's true too, Aether. The Ether, rather. That's true too, man. What we really need to do hold on a sec. Yeah, right here. Hold on a sec. Ether, explain, man.
And could hoaxers have created all five?
everyone who's died and who will die unnecessarily and directed to developing.
As difficult as it was for me, I have come to an inescapable and profoundly disturbing conclusion. I believe that an elite group of people and the corporations they run have gained control over not just our energy, food supply, education, and healthcare, but over virtually every aspect of our lives. And they do it by controlling the world of finance, not by creating more value, but by actually controlling the source of money. When I followed the money, I found that it took me up the levels of a pyramid. Here we are at the bottom level going about our daily lives. Above us is government, people who are given a monopoly on force and use it to tax and control us whether or not we agree. But who controls them? At the next level are the corporations. Many would say that it is now corporations and not nation states that rule the world. They call it a corporatocracy. To acquire the world's resources and control the markets, this corporatocracy must have access to cheap money. The big corporations get their loans at special rates from the big banks, which means that those who control the major banks, the moneyed elite, ultimately control the corporations. As I've followed the money, I've learned that almost everything I once believed about money is simply not true.
It's interesting how few questions we actually ask about very everyday things, like when we go into a bank and we ask for a loan of, say, $50,000, £50,000, what actually happens? You see, most people live their lives based on a kind of vague image of what happens. What actually happens is you ask for £50,000, they type into your account £50,000. That's all they do. They don't mint any coins, they don't print any money, they don't move any precious metal anywhere. They just put £50,000 into your account on a computer screen. From that moment, you start paying interest on money that has never, does not, and will never exist.
It turns out that banks actually have about 9 times as much money loaned out as they have on reserve in their vaults. This is possible because of what's referred to as fractional reserve lending. The way it works is that the Federal Reserve, or the central bank in any country, is legally allowed to determine the amount a bank must have on reserve. In the US, it's currently around 10%. So if you deposit $10,000 into the bank sets aside 10%, or $1,000, and then loans out the rest of your money. The way it works is, say another person comes into the bank and asks for a car loan of $9,000. At this moment, the bank loans out the $9,000 from your original deposit. It isn't there anymore. The borrower then pays the person selling the car, and they go deposit the money into another bank, which is part of the same central banking system. This $9,000 is treated as a new deposit, and the process continues. The money gets redeposited.
Dude, I'm sorry, but Fallen Scout says this is making patterns from nothing. If you do a deep dive on fractional reserve lending and central banks, and you really, I'm pretty sure, who was it who said the quote, if the American people understood the banking system fully, there would be a revolution before tomorrow morning. This is not some nuanced pattern. This is a method of completely enslaving the population with money. This isn't like drawing strange conclusions from random things. This is how the banking system works, which is creating an income stream from interest on money that doesn't exist that they type into your bank account, and it's a total enslavement plan. It didn't used to work like this. We were just born into this thinking, oh yeah, like you get a loan and like everything's chill. Like it's shocking, man.
And reloaned until the initial deposit of $10,000 becomes $100,000. The banking system just created $90,000 by loaning out your money. Apparently it began with the goldsmiths in the 17th century, when people were trading in gold. Gold was heavy to carry around, so people stored the actual metal in vaults and traded receipts instead. Those receipts were the first paper money.
Arrow Kitty, it is known that the government takes and takes. That's not necessarily the complete focus of this. It was more that the government is controlled by the corporatocracy and the banking system, and people are looking to the government to stop corruption when the government is controlled by a whole bunch of corrupt legs of this pyramid: corporations, central banks, national central banks, etc. So it's not just a matter of simplifying it all and saying, well, it's just all corrupt. Like, it's a little bit more shocking than that. But you know what we're going to do? We're going to pick back up where we left off tomorrow on my live stream here as well. We'll be here. If you want to tune into it and you think maybe this will be a shocking, interesting thing to listen to. I know, Shalut. I know, man. I know. 13 years ago. It's freaking insane. Make sure your live notifications are turned on. Tune in tomorrow. We'll probably be in the early afternoon. We'll do a stream. We'll do another stream at night. But get your live notifications on. Follow so you can be tuned in. Thank you all for joining. Arrow Kitty says, I can agree it's all corrupt. This is why I love that this video came out by Mr. Minuteman. Let's take a moment to say blessings to Minuteman, because already like 100 people have tuned in from YouTube who were not here before, and they're asking questions and they're wondering what's going on. And they'll see that this isn't all about geology. This is about truth and awareness and some tomfoolery that's going on. Thank you all for joining. We will see you on the next live tomorrow. Make sure your live notifications are on. Thank you to Minuteman for spreading awareness on my page. And this isn't like a tongue-in-cheek thing. This is a stoked thing. Right? Much love, everyone. We'll see you on the next one.